smiles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop. Bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a
Let's go boom. 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 Let's go boom.
Ladies, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia, and my name is Contra, alongside with Sir Cloud to be your casters for the entirety of the day. It's going to be exciting as we unleash the heat in the battlegrounds.
Yeah, literally, it's hot here. I was just looking at a weather report and it's some warning signs. So do keep indoors, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're in one of the hot zones in Southeast Asia. And not only hot outside, but like what you said, it's going to be hot inside with a new format, new teams, new name, everything new. So it's going to be super exciting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just as excited as you, Sir Cloud, because we got so many things to slowly unwrap before we kickstart our very first rounds. And of course, speaking of new names, we're looking at a lot of new challengers into the Southeast Asia scene, and who knows which team will eventually make their hurdle into the upcoming PMGO.
Yeah, the PMGO is where the teams want to go, and there's only one slot from the PMCL. The champion will move on to PMGO to be played in Brazil. So they're going to go on the other side of the world, basically. Amazing opportunities, I must say, for this region. Some of you might wonder, like, oh, okay, who's in this region and so on? What are the changes? Well, in a nutshell, I can say that this used to be the wildcard region, plus Myanmar. So Myanmar is in this region. Well, yeah, Myanmar is part of the wildcard region. So basically, this is a wildcard region. So they do not mix with the PMSL regions that consist of Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia.
I think like this is much better for them, because back then, you know, with the old format, a lot of teams here, which are considered under the SEA wildcards, have to go through so many layers. Now you have that direct access. And once again, you guys are joining in for the first time to the PUBG Mobile Esports world. Welcome on board, as we will have 6 matches to be played out each day, starting off with Sanhok, 3 maps of Erangel, as well as 2 maps of Miramar to close off the day. And these are the placement point format, where Chicken Dinner will want the team with 10 points, and the number will do it down from second place with 6 points and -1 from each respective position up till 8th. Teams that end up in 9th to 16 will not receive anything at all. Meanwhile, of course, they can always accumulate points by eliminating other squads as well.
Yeah, that's one thing that did not change is the placement points per round, and of course the elimination points as well. If there will be any changes in the future, well, I don't think so for now. I think we'll hold on to this for quite a while. But what we are going to hold on for this entire season are all these amazing teams.
That's right, Cloud, and we have so many new names on board, like Time to Quake Esports, Dread Esports, as well as staples like Enigma, Harami Bro, Yangon Galacticos, The Quarter, and also see you soon, Tiger KE. I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of notable names, and I'm just ready to just jump right into the action.
Yeah, in case you don't see your favorite teams, they could be in Group A, because this is only B, C, D, and E. So in Group A, we do have Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, as well as God of Death 7. So they'll be taking a break for this round. They'll be starting in the following round instead. So focusing back onto this group, we have the powerhouse Genesis Esports, 2-time PMPL wildcard champion, Obviously, they do have PMGC experience as well, so they are back and they are definitely one of the big favorites to take home this tournament.
Yeah, and also not forgetting huge performances that we've seen from those previous seasons, where we had Austria Esports as well as Enigma to be very heavy contenders into the scene. And as of recent, we do see Harami Bro to be the top seed from the Filipino scene in order to emerge to be the champions of their own respected local league. So with that said, this BCDE group is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, honestly, BCDE I think is the stackest group of them all. Besides that, you got Austria Esports, names, if I just mentioned, I think a lot of people know them like AstroX, Puff, they are in here. Nang X is with them as well. And Skynin, the solo gold medalist of SEA Games last year, is playing together with the team as well. And what are they all playing for? They are playing for a league prize pool of $18,000.
That's a whole lot of money, and we're just talking about the league overall. What about the finals? There's even more to be given away. So the winner of the league will be rewarded with $4,500, and on top of that, the best performance weekly, they will get bonuses as well, the $150, as well as rewards for Terminator Weekly, as well as chicken dinner per match. Can you imagine how much chicken dinner a team could basically get per week, and then you just add $100 each? That's amazing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have at least 5 rounds per day per team that you can potentially get. I mean, if you get all 5 of them, then that's extra $500 per day. You times that with the amount of days that we have throughout this tournament. I mean, that's a good amount of money and a lot of sneakers that they can buy.
Oh yeah, and I don't know. I guess for me, I'll just share it with a team with a bucket of KFC or whatever, right? But most importantly, this is incentives for them to perform at their level best. And if that's not motivation, I don't know what is.
Yeah, fried chicken sounds good. It does rhyme with the winner chicken dinner. But let's see if they can get it though. Definitely, it's going to be tough because like what we said, this is arguably one of the stackest group. We have to start it with the most stacked group of them all. Inside of Sanhok as well, the smallest map, arguably the map that will bring us a lot of action from the start. So let's see what's going to happen. I'm keeping my eye on to Harame Bro, honestly, the PMNC champions of Philippines, in which they do have one player that caught my eye for a couple of seasons now, Federales. And not only me though, when I had a chat with some of the people from the Philippines, they do say that he is a wonder kid. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to his performance at the stage.
Yeah, we've been able to also witness him grow from each league to the next, and perhaps this might just actually be their season. So now stack up against the rest of Southeast Asia. I wonder how well will they fare. But of course, before we get into that, there's a lot of new things to check out in the PUBG Mobile client. And you can basically get this first row at only 10 UC to get your hands on the Dragon Emperor and Empress set.
Yes, it's only available from the 9th of February, which is actually now, until the 9th of March. So it's going to end really, really soon. So you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to get this amazing set. And I know there are a lot of collectors out there. So again, you want to put this in your collection because you never know if it might not come back.
Yeah, and it's just perfect for the festivities. Although it might be ending really soon, this is something that you want to add to your collection. Look at that golden weapon. I just absolutely love anything that's shining in gold.
Oh yeah, it's a prosperous color, right? I mean, well, technically we are already done with Chinese New Year, but hey, you know what? No one can complain about prosperity anytime in their life, right? So
True enough.
Yeah, but besides that as well, we do have another amazing new set here. So this is what we call the Serpent Gleam set. Yeah, it takes a bit of time to try to pronounce it, but it's Serpent Gleam set, and it's available until the 21st of February.
Yeah, and if dragons aren't really your thing, you probably want to get your hands on something like the Serpent Gleam set, where you could basically lurk in the shadows like a snake. Well, it's actually glowing in purple, so I don't know how you're not gonna be spotted out. But this set just looks absolutely beautiful from what it seems. So make sure you guys get your hands on that because it's currently available in store.
You know, when I first saw this poster, it reminds me of the Arcane collaboration back then with PUBG Mobile. That's remind me a lot of what's the character's name again?
Caitlyn?
It's Vi's sister.
Vi's sister. That's Jinx, right?
Yeah, Jinx. Yeah, kind of reminds me of that. You know, with that like rocket-looking thing beside her.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like it, but I could imagine another character holding basically exactly the same weapon that will suit even better with Caitlyn if you guys watch the Arcane series. So, of course, put all those animations aside, I believe that we're in for the real deal soon. So, you know, I guess this season we're not kickstarting with predictions. That's a good news for us, but like, in essence, like, is there sort of expectation on the line for you, Cloud, heading into the first week?
Well, my expectations are definitely high for this team now that you asked. So definitely high for this team.
Wow.
Let's see if they can pull it off. I mean, 2-time PMPL wildcard champions. I mean, they're definitely on top of my list, not gonna lie.
I just love that you have the answer right by the lap. So you've been waiting for me to ask you for it the entire time. I wasn't prepared for that, but okay. I absolutely do agree. They are definitely one of the top teams to beat. For me, I'm still looking at names like Austria Esports as well as a few newcomers hitting into this particular Challengers League because although they are new names, they do have very strong players from other teams that have been able to merge together. So even the regions of Myanmar, they have so many stacked rosters alongside with Cambodia. These are some of the names that I could basically pull up for the moment. Oh, I guess we shrunk for a moment. But yeah, I believe that we are getting ourselves ready for our first game soon. Heading into Sanhok, ever since that, you know, they changed the blue zone damage, you see a lot more teams in Southeast Asia either play super aggressively or they play a little bit passively. Which side are you on?
Well, I'm on the side of playing a little bit more aggressive because I think that at this kind of stage, you really need to rank in the elimination points and you really need to be able to defend your area. From what we saw, okay, the best reference right now, because the PMSL has ran for 1 week, right? So if we take reference from how the PMSL has been playing, a lot of third partying. So you come in, great, you win a fight, you recover, but you need to recover quickly because another team might come in. That could be the meta currently, and that could be the meta that these teams might be playing. So it's something they need to be prepared for.
Yeah, especially when you move into Sanhok, a lot of all these Southeast Asian teams, they like to also battle up close and personal. So you would expect them to basically wheel a lot of all these DBS, and a lot of all these fights can happen from various angles, like you said, from the third parties, as well as those that may actually lurk later into the zone. Then that definitely would pose a threat to all these teams out there. But this is the game to set the tone for our first ever season of the PUBG Mobile Challenges League Southeast Asia, and it is about to be a banger. So, Sir Cloud, I believe that we're about to kickstart our very first flight into Sanhok soon.
Yeah, in case anyone's asking for casters to start the game, we don't have the power to do that, but at least it is shown to you when will we start, which is exactly now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. It is going to be Sanhok, our first match in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia.
Wow, look at the cinematics as we begin our match. A perfect bird's eye view all across the regions of Sanhok as the flight will kick off from the southwestern end, heading into Hattin, which is a little bit more skewered towards the island of Alpha. I do wonder if there's going to be plenty of teams in the island. Meanwhile, a lot of all these other squads have already made their first moves into the Southern Plains instead. That's going to be PBE that will be taking control over on the Kam as well as Sami.
I'm looking at any clash points for now. Keeping my eye on to Bootcamp though, two teams inside of it. We got Enigma and we got TTQ inside of it, so we might see an early clash in the middle of the map. Other than that, Paradise Resort, it's going to be GE and only GE. I don't know if any team wants to challenge them. When GE played in the PMSL previously, they always clash with these areas. So I guess it's kind of good news that GE now has the place of their own.
Yeah, this is going to give them a little bit of more of a steady head start. Meanwhile, Enigma, they're already going in for those exchanges as they are taking on some of all these other players from TTQ. So it's going to take a while. I mean, they just started looting off and Harami Bro opens up with the first blood.
Oh, range! Knockdown Federales down as well, but the DBS from Safe, finishing off Federales, the Terminator of PMNC Philippines, one of the earliest to be eliminated.
Wow, they're just so aggressive, starting off the game in such a high note. And now there's only one member left for the quest, and it's really down to whether or not the top can actually save them for the time being. Momboy still going on the hunt as Playbook Esports just taking full control of this sector. Playbook, they don't really have too much of a challenge over on the bomb site as the rest of Quest are just down to one. It's only a down to Penny, and one shot is all it takes for them to be taken out.
And the PMNC Philippines champion team eliminated their opponent, but they lost their main man, Federales. At least he didn't go down empty-handed. He still took 1 point with him, but they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players.
Yeah, it's quite a rough start for some of these guys out there, but you know, with 3 players, it's still entirely doable. So now for PBE, the moment that they've looted up, they are looking for that quick rotation into the center of the field, which will be slightly around the southern regions for the time being. Playbook Esports will eventually be met with a little bit of resistance. But speaking of resistance here, we're looking into ruins where there's basically a divide between See You Soon as well as the other squad on the other corner, which will be Dread Esports.
Oh yeah, right now, speaking about Dread, so Jipna in the zone. Gotta keep an eye. Shots fired onto the other side. Boyshaw knockdown. Beautiful spray. Only needed 1 magazine to do the trick.
Beautiful work, and that is absolutely clean. Then there's not going to be any form of a saving grace for the knocked member of the side of See You Soon. Only hiding behind a tree, but that's basically 0 protection overall. Will eventually be secured if See You Soon does not make any form of advancement, and it's going to be very, very difficult because right now they're all too spread out. So this is definitely going to be a very, very daunting task for the rest of See You Soon to respond to this. So they will basically cut their losses. Jipna gets himself 1.
Yeah, no way for him to be saved. I mean, he's knocked down in such an open position. So, yep, has to be sacrificed at some point. Now, the rest of Dread, we got Jashi there on one corner, See You Soon on one corner, so it's a little bit of a standoff between these two teams. But the main thing right now is that some of them are on the outside of the circle. They will be forced to move at some point.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, though. They have 2 minutes or so before it shrinks all the way in, and usually stage 1, the players would still willingly take a little bit of that damage so long as they earn those points. As we see Holy Lanjo as well as Jipna having such a wide spread. It's 0 here that wants to make advancements all alone, though. Not sure if this is a wise decision, but he does have his QBZ alongside with his DBS at the ready. Jipna may not be actually noticing that there is this lurker right behind, and Jipna's walking directly for it.
Okay, not sure if we got it, but now 0! The man who's the hero will get that knockdown. He will finish off his opponent, 1 point in the bag. But there's more to come. Holy Lantern just right across. Nicely done! Beautiful spray by 0, the hero.
Wow, zero! He just basically hit every single shot through a moving vehicle. And that is not just an eye for an eye, but they managed to take an extra heading into that battle out of Dread. Mernat Boy now takes on Yangon Galacticos, 2 down, leaving Loki inside of the hut. Not much that Loki can do, but on the other opposite side, it's going to be MFG that will also catch a little glimpse of Genesis Esports. Mernat Boy, we used to call him Monet, but that's just a little bit too fancy, I guess. But Loki, I guess he will basically take advantage of the other team that's also trying to give him a little protection, but he's also trying to see where exactly is it coming from.
I don't know, man. That name just sounds too French. I'll just stick with Mernat, okay? I'm pretty happy with that. Though it would be nice to get a confirmation from the guy himself, but yeah, maybe we'll get an interview in the future. But what matters is that Genesis Esports, they have control of this high ground, locking down one player, and it's Loki from Yangon Galacticos on the other side, 4v1. Where is he gonna go from here?
I don't think there's much that he can basically do about this. Basically hiding on the outskirts instead. There's no place for him to run as he's slowly being shredded out. Cute Loki likes the does, and will join CU soon, both being eliminated. There's so many of these teams basically bowing out so early, and this is the tempo of play that we're looking at for Southeast Asia.
Dude, we are not even at stage 2, and we got 4 teams already eliminated. My goodness, these teams are really on for it. But the good slash, I don't know, good or not so good news is that although they are eliminated, none of them went out empty-handed.
Yeah, each one of them at least get a little bit of points before bowing out. So I guess like it is a little bit of a hindrance that you don't get to play the rest of match 1, but there is a little bit more of a saving grace heading into the next one. While with the update of the circle, bringing the rest of the squads across Painan as well as the area of Fan, or should I say the outskirts of Quarry, there is already a majority of teams that are inbound, whereas I is just so far ahead over on the corners of Kao, barely making any advancements just yet, whereas Playbook, they're just waiting on to see whether they can catch somebody.
Yeah, Playbook Esports, still with Monboy, still with Raimon on the lineup, Michi and Jero. Some of the newer players, they joined somewhere around end of last year, somewhere like that. So they are joining up with 2 of the veteran players. Let's see if they can pull off something this season. But for Minor, shot at from afar by another team, and that's Genesis Esports.
Genesis Esports really starting off on a high note right now. They were hunting out teams after teams, and GE, they definitely are looking to basically top the bracket here with the most eliminations if they're going at this rate without being contested at all. Meanwhile, Ozja as well as Enigma, they're basically next to each other right now. Of course, the rest of Ozja are slightly separated with Skynin keeping a close watch with another member on top, which is Astro X, that will be keeping Enigma where they need to be so that there is going to be an instant response if they choose to go in for that scuffle. So for now, Enigma doesn't really have too much that they could basically do about this position.
You know what? Since we had STE on screen earlier, I just want to point out that, you know, this is the 3rd STE in the world of PUBG Mobile. We got 628, Starward Esports, and now we have Stranger Esports. But just a fun fact for everyone, in case you're wondering, Elevate Esports, they actually got the slot from PMNC Philippines onto the PMCL, but they were acquired by Stranger Esports. Hence, they are now here with the acronym STE.
I see. And maybe it's something to do with the 3 initials, right? That anybody that wields the name STE will have not only good luck, but great performances in PUBG Mobile. But we'll have to see. STE on top of the hill as they are the new kids on the block for this season. Mernat Boy having a perfect view across the region, but won't be able to scout out too much. Here's the roaring of the engine coming from Newbie. 4 points already from the side of Genesis Esports, with 2 points each for Mernat Boy as well as Smile.
So Genesis Esports, now they are holding one of the highest celebrations. Well, 4 tied on with Harame Bros at another team as well. So looking pretty good for Genesis Esports. Still with a full squad. As for Skynin, right across him is Enigma. But the good news is that he does have Astro X on top of the high ground to feed him the information on where exactly to go. And now it's time for them to decide how to move. But if I look at the circle, good news for Austria, at least they're still within it.
Yeah, Austria Esports shouldn't have too much problem being inside of the zone for the time being. Even as much as it shrinks, they will be able to basically garner a little bit more of that control. But what they have to be concerned about is that a lot of teams are coming in from the south side, and if they all come in at the same time, it may actually overwhelm Austria Esports. So they gotta get themselves pretty much ready for that. Meanwhile, these 12 teams that are basically hanging on tight throughout the course of this Sanhok bout is just making sure that they take focal points for them to guard, as Austria Esports are finally making a swift measure to move across the map.
Yeah, quick move here, not going to be challenged. The team that has a lot of experience, still with Astro X, still with Skynin, the gold medalist of the solo category of last year's SEA game, on his home ground. So hopefully he'll be able to pick up something for himself and his team at this time in this tournament. Something that he'll be seeking. I believe it's been a while since he actually lifted up a major championship.
Yeah, this is the perfect opportunity to score another one in the bag. And we're looking at 3 weeks of back-to-back action. And then they playing in the league is going to be exhausting for some. But for these veterans that have experienced it before, it still isn't a walk in the park, but they have that mental fortitude to eventually get themselves through to the finish line and also play in the finals.
And now we got Playbook Esports on screen. Monboy, also a medalist from the solo category in the previous season. Now we got APG Boy knocked down. So APG, very interesting. Used to be from the region of Cambodia, but this time they acquired a Singaporean team. So they are playing under the PMNC Singapore banner, in which they actually acquired a slot from HGD, who was the PMNC Singapore champion. So yeah, champion lineup that they picked up. I guess there will be some level of expectation there.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought out this information, because I was also looking at the player list and I was actually very, very surprised when I see the names. It's like, are my eyes fooling me that Anchor PUBG is actually changing to a different region in order to score their hopes into the PMGO? We'll see how far can this new squad basically go moving forward. And now with the zone shrinking, a lot of all these players are struggling to cut across that quarry area. Now, IE Sports, they're going to be taking a firm control over this region.
Yeah, and right now, Master Vape knocked down. Needs to be saved. I wonder where exactly he is right now. Needs some level of help here. We can see here on screen, all these teams out the outside the circle. Naughty Boy is together with him. He will be picked up. But the next challenge is to get into the circle while fending off APG.
Yeah, it's so difficult for so many of all these players to just squeeze right through, because if you're going to be right underneath the quarry, there's only a few exits out of it. And somehow, Sky managed to squeeze through the top of the hill. And that will be the end of Dread Esports. Unfortunately, we didn't really get a glimpse of how exactly they bow out. Meanwhile, a little bit of a tap towards the side of Master Vape on the other corner, while inside gets taken out by the play zone. It seems like they will only have to play with these two members remaining. Austria now clashes with PBE.
Yeah, Astro X will be the casualty. Playbook Esports looking for more as Dewey knocked down by Gerald. That's going to be 2 points for Playbook Esports. Looking for more. Looking for at least the final member. Circling around, not able to find him yet, but they do have control of the high ground.
Yeah, and that was a strong challenge that PBE poses Dread towards the side of Austria, and that only leaves Skynin all alone. I mean, he's won that solo medal, right? So he should be able at least pull off something here. We'll see whether or not can he still get a couple more points, but I believe that will not be the case as the shots get fired from Enigma from downtown.
Now, how many times in your career have you heard about the caster's curse?
Plenty, actually. I mean, we're part of it, right?
Yeah, it always happens. You know, the moment you start bigging up one player, right? And then he just goes away. It's like, yeah, that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. But what's happening here is also another fight. We got MFG here going up against I.
MFG now infiltrating the site. And they're going to be pretty low on health. I'm not sure if I could basically sustain this, though. Grenades lopped in. We'll be able to catch one. And with two members pushing through, they should be able to do the trick.
Right.
Hiding on the tight corner.
Yo!
Finds it. Esports down at 9.
Oh, with the DBS gameplay, wins the fight, and now they will have an entrance into the circle. Stage 5, here it is. Not looking good for MFG because they need to cross the road.
Yeah, so difficult for them to do so. And they also have to reset with a member totally bleeding out as well. MFG having a stellar performance with Yatka securing 4 in the bag as the rest of Justice Esports are just having that bird's eye view against everybody on that lower ground instead. TDQ, they could basically play it very, very safely, hide inside of those shacks while the exchanges come into effect from top the hills. It will be Playbook Esports that will be getting that huge vantage point, whereas the rest on the outskirts, man, they're going to be having a tough time making a move.
Yeah, but not tough time for Genesis Esports. They do have a clear entry to the circle, and they know that MFG is just right below them. And see the IGL, Smile, who's the top G now of the team, just waiting for them to do himself. And now with that one spray, gets a double knockdown, looking for a third one, and it only takes Smile to wipe the smiles off of MFG.
Wow, and they all just line him up just perfectly for Smile to basically clip upon them. Honestly, in that corner, there is honestly not much that the squad could basically do in that instance. But hey, and then MFG, they've already gotten 6 points in this round despite fouling out at 8. Meanwhile, STE, they're looking for more, and that's going to be Murnat Boy coming behind the rocks as they keep their eyes pretty much peeled out for any form of a peek. Ichi already down. Justice Esports now in the pickle as they are slowly getting squeezed into the corner of their map.
Ooh, Ichi, tough area to be in. I don't think he'll be safe though, unless the refugee can pull off something big here. Murnat puts pressure onto STE on the inside, but not able to get anyone just yet. And Ichi officially is out. Now on screen we have Smile. 2 members of STE right in front of him, cooking up that nade. This could land nicely on Scotty. Let's see if it goes, and it does not. Scotty evaded it.
Only a couple of shells actually dropped the word inside of Scotty, bringing him to 70%. More and more of these throwables being lopped by Asada Smile, hoping to connect. And Newbie, he's slowly getting zoned away, whereas Scotty, he wants to get a little bit closer. He knows that Smile's gonna be around. 8 points in for inside of Genesis, and they are looking to add 12 points if they can. STE, they're just basically zoning everybody off from the side of GE from advancing forward. Westy from the far back end might be able to get a little bit of a something there. So we'll see how this one pans out.
Okay, here we go. The Molly from Scotty. Lucky enough, he does not have any nades. If not, he might be able to get a knockout of the members of GE. Newbie is keeping an eye on to GE as well. We have one member of GE on the outside looking for a way to come in. Let's see if he will be able to find that route. But looks like Scotty knocked down by Key from TTQ over the other side.
Oh, this might actually be an opening window for some of these squads to actually plan forward, but
Richie!
oh, he didn't check the corner, and it's Caps Luck that will deny him. Enigma rolling Jarrell Fortress, and Jarrell is so low. Can Wallboy provide any assistance? Not at all for now. Caps Luck, can he actually get more? Yes, he does knock another, and oh! Just one HP left. Gerald survives.
One last single about Gerald. Does he have the time to become his teammates? I doubt so. Now he has to leave. We're back on the Genesis Esports, fighting their way through, but STE not letting them go.
Murdat boy, what can he do this time around with 4 members of STE right in the corner of their eyes? They're just hoping to pull up defense, and they will damage them all throughout while the zone shrinks down. Scotty knocked on the ground, but Murdat wants to press on, but Groupmate connects. And Strangers Esports making their firm entry to the top 3 in their debut here in the PMCL.
Here we go. TTQ, the only team technically with a full squad now until the revive kicks in. And it will now. 762 will be on the job to pick up Scotty. He should be back on all fours then. Look at the position of all these teams. Everyone's taking their own corner with TTQ not having the circle, but we still have stage 8, ladies and gentlemen. And it will go into the middle. TTQ will need to leave their compound.
Yeah, eventually it will have to step out, but there is a respectable distance from each other for the time being. But look at how flat some of these grounds are. 2-1 for Akira may not be absolutely safe. Speaking of which, shot time from the side of Newbies, and it does chip them down low, and he switches it to Edward. Immediately connects, but Newbies will be brought down on the ground as well. Now it's Miner's turn to try to advance forward, trying to take control of the area of play. This 3-way battle could go anyone's favor.
Oh man, at the same time, the zone is closing right now. Renkid, who used to play for PBE, now comes in. Wants to pick up a couple of points. He has 5 of his own right now. Sees 1. That's going to be number 6 for Renkid.
Rankit. He's trying to actually hunt out for more and will take out the entirety of Time to Quake Esports. But it's a shot from the side that will connect. And Rankit pours it out to clean the first chicken dinner in the PMCL for 2-1 for Akira.
Rankid, the Rankid, my Kyrie gun. You know it when you hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Now he comes in with the chicken dinner, and well, I guess this is I would say a good start for Renkid and his team. And just to add on to the storyline, he used to play for Playbook Esports, so he's also telling his old teammates like, "Hey, you miss me, guys?"
Absolutely. If he's going to be able to score game in, game out like this is still a very first round, but what an incredible showing coming out of 2-1 for Akira. They have not dropped a single member throughout the course of the battle. And, you know, it might just be a little bit quiet on how they've been able to approach that early game, but heading to that late game, they definitely show up and really put on the performance of a lifetime.
Oh yeah, speaking about performances, here's the highlight from the previous round. MFG just coming into this compound, clearing it up, pretty straightforward. But this is one of the highlights of this round, I must say. Lining up for Smile, the top G from GE, bringing him 3 points just like that.
Yeah, so many incredible moments like this PBE battle against Enigma. Gerald surviving with literally 1 HP.
Ooh.
We didn't really expect him to be able to swing so well in order to clutch that situation.
Absolutely a real close one there. But what is not close is Smile himself from Genesis Esports, crowned the MVP of this match with a total of 5 eliminations and 297 damage.
Yep, incredible work rate as you look at how much he can basically churn out in this matchup with an incredible 6 knockouts at the same time. But for 2-1 for Akira, it is all about efficiency that puts them to the top. With just a total of 996 points, they basically take out each respective players with those 100 HP without concerns of armory or so. So it's basically proficiency as well as precision that lands them to the top.
Yeah, there's going to be 20 points as the start for 2-1 for Akira based off round number 1. Looking over the overall stats for game number 1 as well. What interests me is the throwables used. It's 114, and normally inside of Sanhok, you would get like less than 100, but this time it's more than 100. So this is a lot of throwables that was used in this round.
Yeah, and these stats so far have been pretty impressive to me because when we look into that early game, how many teams bow out? A total of 4 teams gets taken out before the circle even strings all the way in. Whereas, in most instances in pro play, a lot of the teams will play it so safely. So PMCL definitely is an aggressive bunch.
Yeah, and here are our points as of this round, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit of shout out to MGMG. Hello there. Welcome to the stream. Amazing support from you guys. 214A, as we expected, with 20 points. We got Genesis Esports with 8 eliminations, so they got themselves 12 points. STE just behind them with 10 points. TTQ 9 points. Playbook Esports and MFG both tied in with 7. Enigma and Harame Bros both 6.
Yeah, and on the other side of the ranks, we see Dread Esports coming up with 4 points for themselves before bowing out. And see you soon, KE. So far had a rough start by the Quarter of Ruins, but will be able to at least secure 3 pointers to kick off their run. And surprisingly enough, we've hyped up Asia quite a lot, but they're the ones that did not receive anything here inside of Sanhok.
Yeah, rough start for them. The only team to not get a single point in round number 1. Looking to come back in the following rounds. We still got more games to go, ladies and gentlemen, so do not worry about it. But then again, format-wise, ladies and gentlemen, in case you do not know, the teams will collect points throughout the entire week up until Sunday before we decide who's number 1 to number 20, and those points will be collected to decide who will be the top 16 to move on to the grand finals. So a level of consistency is needed by these teams to remain at least in the top 16.
That's right, and there's still plenty of games to be played out for even just today, and even more throughout the span of 3 weeks' time. But most importantly, you gotta have a consistent performance, or if not, you need to build that consistency. So I guess for Asia, it is a little bit of a stumbling block that you don't really start off with any points at all, but they basically need to go back, rewatch some of all these VODs in order to study how do all these other teams actually make advancements or so that plan out day 2 and the rest of the course of PMCL.
Yes, speaking about planning, they'll need to plan for the next map. That is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to come back to a very familiar ground. I would say all these teams would know this map like the back of their hand. It's just that it is going to be the first time this lobby will meet in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. So will there be early clashes? If we saw some in Sanhok, we might see some in Erangel as well.
Oh, I would love to see it, especially when it comes down to the contest of some of all these cities in order to establish that control for the upcoming weeks as well. Although, right now, with all these groups being positioned, we might actually see some group shuffles, who knows, throughout the upcoming weeks. But right now, we also will have Group A joining back on the block because they did not play back in Game 1. So, new faces to be putting a little bit more of a mixture of that chaos that they can offer.
Yep, just to point out Group A, we do a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to head on to a break. We're going to let our players get ready for the next round. But again, Group A are the teams that probably missed the previous round. Before we go on to our next match, take a break. See you guys with Group A.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. legs go boom. Legs go boom.
Well, that was a relatively short break as we welcome you back once again to the PUBG Mobile Challenges League Southeast Asia. And once more, it's Circle and Contra to accompany you for the entirety of the day and the entire week to come. So that was a solid start from 2-1 for Akira, securing the first chicken dinner here, the first ever chicken dinner of the PMCL.
Yes, and congratulations to them. It's 20 points as a start. But after this, we're going to head on to Erangel, and Group B is taking a break. So Time to Quake, Young Reticles, APG Esports, and Playboy Esports will be on a recess, but we will introduce the debut of Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Wolf Clan, and God of Death 7. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the groups that will be playing.
Yep, and with the introduction of Group A, we will see Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, as well as God of Death. Whereas you've already mentioned the teams that will be taking a break for now. So I guess this will definitely spice things up a little bit more. But from the Group A sector, which teams are you really looking forward to see?
Ooh, I'll be looking forward to... I would say personally, I'll be looking forward to seeing Myth Clan from Cambodia. They do have a couple of experienced players, especially Davan, who also represented Cambodia in last year's SEA Games as well, play within the squad. So the guy who used to be from KE, now with Myth Clan and this new journey, let's see if we can pull off something because, well, KE is still around. Though they are around, but they do band up with the See You Soon to come out with this new branding of See You Soon X Tiger KE. But anyway, it will be interesting to see if he has the opportunity to fight against his old teammates.
Yeah, and the team that you just mentioned also does have Shroud playing in the squad as well. So we'll definitely have to see whether will he be in that starting roster, because this is a 6-man squad that did play on the PNMC Cambodia. So I definitely want to see whether or not can they actually do much more.
Yes, and speaking about much more for you guys here, ladies and gentlemen, with this Line Friends update that has arrived inside of PUBG Mobile. What you can do is that you can join the one and only charming buddy Sally in battle with new sets, items, a brand new prize path, which can also unlock special Line Friend rewards. So all you need to do is, as usual, jump into PUBG Mobile from today until the 3rd of March. Yes, 3rd of March, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple of days away before this campaign ends, to grab all these amazing collections for yourself.
That's right, the Line Friends have finally arrived, and you can basically have lots of fun with Sally, as well as to collect so many of all these new items from this brand new collaboration. So with that said, with the addition of so many things heading into 2024, the format changes is what I'm the most excited about, because this year it seems like it's a bigger inclusion heading into the global rounds. And with this new format for the PMCL, I feel like this is definitely a breath of fresh air for so many that have completed it for such a long time.
Yeah, so now that you mentioned about like teams and formats, right? So a little bit of correction here, ladies and gentlemen. The next round will be B, C, D, E. So we're going to remain the same groups that played inside of Sanhok for the following round. So that means that Group B is still going to play. Group A is taking a break still. They will make their debut in game number 3 inside of Erangel as well. But that will be after this round. So for this round, it's going to be the same teams again. Will we be able to see the same team get the chicken dinner again, back to back? Well, we don't know. I mean, it's 16 amazing teams that we're talking about.
Yeah, and indeed, when we look at how incredible Game 1 was, like, it was fully action-packed from start to finish. There was basically not much of a breathing space for those teams that are still thinking twice about where exactly to go. So where they want to head to is not only the PMGO, but also to go to the bank to cash out on some of all of these hefty prize pool that we do offer during the league stage. That's a total of 18,000 US dollars on the line, and the first place walks away with a big chunk of 4,500. Once again, with even incentives weekly for best performance as well as Terminator, and each chicken dinner will give themselves $100 for each match. So that's $100 richer for 214 Akira already. Let's see who else gets the other $100.
Yeah, so money all the way. So that also means, right, even though like if you've collected like enough points to be number 1 by the end of the week, you're very confident with your placement, you still have this motivation to get this extra 100 points. So it will keep every team on their toes. And even if like maybe you're a team that you might think to yourself, oh, we're just too far away, we gotta catch up to the top 16, you still can go for the winner chicken dinner prize per match. So there's a lot of rewards here for every team at every point of this tournament.
That's right. And speaking of rewards, I think like it really comes down to the effort that they display in order to reap all of those rewards. So with the beginning of a brand new season, I know that a lot of all these teams, they are still feeling that hype, still feeling that energy to basically have a burst of performance into the match. With day one's performance starting off in such a high note, they need to keep this up for 3 weeks back to back. It definitely will take a toll, but for those that have that mental fortitude, they definitely can go very far. Now that we're going to be playing 3 rounds back to back in Erangel, that's where I think like this map itself, whoever is going to master this will be the ones that will get majority of all those points, because we have so many Erangel maps to be played out for the course of the tournament.
Yeah, Erangel will be the most popular map of them all. Just like any other PUBG Mobile format, even previously. Even like from previous seasons, and even like the current season of other PUBG Mobile running tournaments as well, like the PMSL, and even like in other countries. So Erangel has to be the map that they master the most. So we can expect them to do their best in Erangel. Well, they'll be definitely doing their best in every round, but Erangel will be the map that they want to bring it back home.
That's right, and we'll keep our eyes close to the teams that have major performances back in Game 1, since it's going to be the exact same group, and Austria Esports to eventually bounce back forward, because they did not get any single points at all in that previous map. So this is where they have to go all out. While I say that, we still do not know where exactly all these teams will be dropping, because there might just be those early contests that might actually hinder certain teams. So with that said, we got the timers already rolling, and we are about to begin our second flight of the PMCL.
Yes, second flight, and here we go for these teams. If we looked at the previous round, it was quite tighter towards the end. Even Genesis Esports did well despite not breaking into the top 3. but they might put on a good show again this time. But anyway, let's see if it happens as we jump into Erangel here. Again, keep your eye on some of the early clash spots. Potentially, maybe inside of Razop, maybe Pachinki, maybe School, especially in the middle of the map.
That's right. That definitely will be the focal point, especially around the areas of Rozok as well. That will be a zone to actually take control of. Whereas nowadays there's a lot of teams that do prefer areas like Farm, Shelter, as well as Isna, Pollyanna, because these are cross sections for teams to move about, and that's also places where they can basically look for those early engages or even a singular pickoff, to say the very least. So with that being said, we will have our flight path kicking off from the side of Novo heading into the north point of Severny, with 3 teams dropping very early, with 2 moving into the island, and just actually be a turret with GE docking into Novo. Whereas 2-1 for Akira, they will be taking the entirety of Milta. You see them spread out from Power into Mini Milta as well. So there will be a little bit of challenge over onto that southern plane.
See you soon. Just beside Oscar, and you got STE on the south side of military base. We got 4 teams at military base. It's going to be real interesting to see what's going to happen there, especially will they clash at the bridge as they need to rotate onto the main peninsula now that the circle is nowhere inside of military base.
Yeah, it definitely will be a little bit daunting for them to cross over, but for teams that have had enough experiences, they will need to just know the right timings in order to cross, as well as to send a couple of scouts. Meanwhile, over on to the central areas of play, there's quite a number of teams that are already within that stage 1, so it shouldn't be all too concerning for them to get those early loots. No contest for vehicles so far, so all 64 players are still intact in this lobby for the time being. Asya, so far, all eyes are on them in order to put on a good showing, because last round was much of a expectation that was not met for the fans of them back at home. So Harami Bro, champions of the side of PMNC Philippines, have definitely showed that they are very, very well capable of handling team fights with all these amazing talents, like you mentioned. Federal is the rising superstar of the PH.
Yeah, it was just too bad that they lost a Federalist very early on, so he was not able to truly show what he can do. So at least for now, they have a good start. They're going to Pachinki, arguably one of the largest loot area inside this map, so they're going to have a very, very good looting point, starting point, and they're within the circle, so they should be okay. It's just what's going to happen in the next step. That's something for them to answer. And a fun fact as well. So Federalist, before he joined Harami Bros, he was with West Point Mamba. He was one of the top fraggers as well for them in the PMPL wildcard. So this guy has shown consistency, irregardless of what team he's at.
Yeah, and now that you mention it, like, yeah, I do wonder, like, oh, what really happened to West Point Mamba? I mean, I believe that our Filipino casters can fill us in with those details. But right now, this is the team with the biggest shift of all, Anchor PUBG. Without any members coming from the side of Cambodia was a little bit jarring to me. Whereas XQS, they're already looking for a target, taking on some of the members of TTQ. I'm not sure if this is going to be a good position. Atwood already being knocked down by Forfro.
Ooh, okay, Lupa. Oh no, in trouble. The guy that has a lot of Japanese experience now playing with a Filipino team. Nathan comes in. One knockdown on the other side, but TTQ managed to save their teammate Nathan. DBS gameplay. Shows up onto the right, sees both of them, comes in, knocks down Edward. 1 more to go. Nathan gets a double knock.
High efficiency gameplay coming in from the side of XQS, and Nathan ready for another push over onto the top end of the compound, as they will have Lufa Boy invading. Suki taken out as Lufa hunting out for the very final member out there. And he will be making a dash for it on that. The CF4 Pro is already on it on the SKS. a little bit too far out of his shooting range, especially without the right scopes. It's a weaponry as well, so it's a little bit difficult. But Nathan still on the chase, but will lose sight of the singular player that survives from TTQ.
Yeah, and Fofro's playing. Previously, he was the coach for Playbook Esports. And glad to see him as a player again. This guy is so legendary that it's still nice to see him playing at this stage, at this current moment, current era. Such a throwback moment. And he's also playing with his, I believe his old teammate back in the day as well, Blank. So a lot of OG players from the Filipino scene up here in the PMCL.
Yeah, and I really do remember a lot of amazing clips as well as moments coming in from 4Pro. I'm so happy that he returns as a starting roster player as well. Meanwhile, we're looking at Enigma, also another squad that has been able to make waves for multiple seasons now, taking out a fight against high Esports, a long-range shot. I believe a couple of all these bullets managed to connect, but he's just making sure that he'll break open the vehicle and leave them stranded in no man's land. Enigma, so far, having a very decent start, but this long-range exchange may not do them good if they do extend it for a couple more minutes. While we go towards the side of South Georgia Pool, things are very quiet for the side of Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, we got Yangon Galacticos. At least they're making their move on South Georgia Pool. I think it's going to be quite a straightforward rotation for them. Just go straight. It should be okay. Thanks now, long range onto Master Vape. Wow, that was a nice hit there. 50% of health shredded down just like that. Luckily, he's not knocked down in that open space. If not, it could be big trouble for him.
Yeah, it could very well be XQS already having 3 points on the block. Well, and we've never really expected a huge fight to break off around the corners of Mansion so early on. Usually, that area isn't visited so early by 2 squads, to say the least, in stage 1. So that definitely will have the entirety of XQS having a firm control over on that region, whereas MFG, the new names on the block from Myanmar, has been doing so well inside of Sanhok. And it's all thanks to Yatka's incredible performance, securing 4 knockdowns, or should I say eliminations, all together in that one particular fight. But is there more towards the side of MFG? There's still plenty of opportunities for them to make themselves known to the PUBG esports world.
Well, let's see if Enigma can make themselves known against I now. Unfortunately, they will lose Koopa, so he's out. Point given to Trust Me. So 3 players left for the side of Enigma, the new partner team of PUBG Mobile Esports playing in this tournament. But with 3 players and based on our view, they have another team behind them. They probably don't want to overexpose themselves.
Indeed. Now, the circle will continue to shrink towards the cross sections of Yasna Polyana Mansion as well as Shelter. So this whole region will see a lot of wide open spacing for teams to battle across. The quarter as well as MFG are just trailing next to each other on their way in, as Yangon Galacticos at least will be ahead of the pack, trying to move right into Yasnaya Polyana. Back towards the long-range battle between Esports as well as Enigma. Seems like they were forced to basically hold on to a low ground as Anchor PUBG has a member taken off, and Sky stranded in the middle open as Enigma tries to cut across. Will be able to do so safely with the UAZ as shots are still fired at him by Master Vape.
Ooh, Enigma, only 2 players left, unfortunately. Lost another one. And we have a Coca-Cola here together with Caps. I don't know why I suddenly felt thirsty, but but yeah, amazing name. I'm sure amazing players as well. Just looking for them to pick up the pace now.
Yeah, and maybe pick up a sponsor at the same time with the drink that you just mentioned. Anyways, M249 in the hands of Trust Me. A lot of bullets to be unleashed against Harami Bro if they ever proceed forward. I think Harami Bro absolutely understands what's at stake right now, as they are being cornered in between a couple of teams as they heard those shots fired across. MFG in the middle of the forest in between Yasnaya as well as Rozak, as this will be a tough spot to guard from all angles, but any teams that do pass by the bridge will eventually be clipped, while Federalis does pick the point up by taking down Astro X. Austria losing another one.
Yeah, Federalists in action, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can pull off another one. Now on top of the hill, we got Austria Esports with Kainin up there. Overlooking Harame Bros and Mem just right below him. But looks like a knockdown here by, again, none other than Zero.
Yeah, Austria Esports is in a really tough position. They will have to give this one away. Austria now losing their second member by CU Soon KE that has advanced forward. Lulutiev. I think this is Atif from the previous season. I'm not sure if it's the same player, but well, they say Lulu is the Salulu, you know?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. You know, sometimes these players, they change their names and then you'll be like, is that guy? You know?
Yeah.
Especially for the Coca-Cola guy, you know, because the Coca-Cola guy is definitely not in the list before this. So I don't know about that. Maybe it's one of the, you know, those superstars who just don't want to show themselves in public, you know, that sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, like naming themselves something boy, right? Like there's plenty of boys in PUBG Mobile Esports. Like Yuhai Boy that changed his name quite frequently. Anyways, that's a different region. We focus back on the side of PMCL this time around. To me, this whole season is all about changes. Yangon Galacticos as well. You know, they were the household name of the Sea Wildcards back then in that format. Now moving into PMCL, we see so many newer names. So, Inside driving by. We'll have his vehicle being shredded out, but Adi Boy, he drops out of the vehicle, tries to challenge as he takes down two members of the side of Yangon Galacticos. Insight now proceeds forward, trying to land a final blow. It's only TZ left alongside with Romeo to guard a very weak spot. Now grenades are lobbed. Let's see if it does connect. Does not then it onto her side. TZ, he jumps forward with the DBS, but they still connect. He takes out APG just in time.
Okay, but it's okay, it's okay. Romeo is there to save the day. Okay, as long as Romeo must not die, he will be the one to save all of his teammates. Now we're moving on to I versus See You Soon.
I know that movie, by the way. One of my early favorites. Romeo will survive, and meanwhile, I Esports wants to survive for their own good as well. See You Soon KE. They're hugging by the corners. Huge snake connects. Coming from Naughty Boy, as he will eventually deal with each one of them hiding within the compound. But he needs a little bit more assistance coming in from his teammates. He can't do it all alone. Oh, that's not a good lob. It bounces to the back.
I believe it was a purposeful knock, but this is definitely not. Knockdown immediately. Step on fire and then make him down. And now See You Soon has the upper hand.
See You Soon turns it all around and already spotting out Master Fate from the outskirts as well. Boyshan now knocked down, putting immense pressure onto the fallen members of the side of SYS. But Zero, he's gonna push for it. And Zero, we've seen what he can do inside of Sanhok. He's gonna do it all over again. And that is a perfectly predicted nade that he dropped towards the tree in order to flush them out.
Nice lob towards the high ground. Now 5 elimination points for See You Soon X Tiger KE. Next, they need to plan where to go because they're now on the outside of the circle. The circle shifted towards somewhere in the middle. We got Austria, we got Harame Bros, GEPBE, MFG, Exquisite in the circle. The rest of them will need to fight their way through.
This will definitely be a tough task to rotate inbound into the circle for those who are on the outskirts of Yasnaya Pollyanna, because there's not much space left within such a tight area of play. And the moment that they do cross the road, there's going to be at least 3 teams waiting for them inside of the zone. Speaking of which, 0, 20, 46 have already been knocked down from quite a far. They should have just about enough time to quickly go in for a pickup 15 seconds from now before it shrinks, though. So see you soon, Tiger KE. They got to make a move really quickly.
Oh man, and they need to cross the road. It's gonna be kind of hard for them. Another team's waiting on the other side, and they'll be pressured by the blue anytime soon. Blue will start to close. Oh, hopefully they have enough smokes at least.
Long range shot coming in from the side of Romeo, trying to catch out members from the side of the Quest. Meanwhile, Liquid gets a knockdown on the member of Stranger Esports. 762 is already out. Same goes to Newbie. Great work by Liquid. 2 in a row, and this ain't the Indonesian Liquid, I do believe, but Asia Esports, another rough start with 0 points on the block. Removed from play at 13th.
2-1-4, at least they are within the circle now. They are in this lower ground, so they are finding refuge there. No other teams contesting for it. Skadi from STE, knocked down somewhere else. Jipna, knocked down as well. Lulutiev, knocked down. And the John knocked. Man, we got a lot of fights happening everywhere across the map.
Yeah, whereas we're only focusing on Opti at the moment. A lot of teams struggling to make ends meet. See you soon. Leaving only Boyshan alive. These 2 other members have already been knocked outside, and they are surrounded by the rest of Yangon Galacticos now, looking for that invade. Say Cloud just completely denies him of any form of vision at all, so he does not dare to advance outwards.
Okay, making that rotation now. Yangon Galacticos, Say Cloud with an 8 in hand, cooking it up, tossing it into the building. Nobody's there, but Say Cloud, he took a couple of bullets from the side, so gotta be careful there. Another tornado to the inside. Say Cloud lands it nicely on the boy shot.
Oh, there's just nowhere that save from the likes of Say Cloud as he drops yet another banger. Now here comes the invade, pushing forward. 1 shot from the DBS, secures 1. Lulutiev hiding by the other corner, but will be completely cleared out by Romeo Boy.
Ooh, see you soon. Eliminated at number 12 with 6 elimination points. Yangon Galacticos now with 8 points in hand. Looking good for Yangon Galacticos so far, but they do not have water players. But it's okay. That's okay. They are still in the game with 3 players.
YG really showing their prowess here in Erangel, which they have done so in the past and will continue to show why they are one of the best few teams here in Southeast Asia. Shots being fired from across the corners as we will see a shift of the zone. Members to the side of Strangers Esports slowly getting pummeled down by the rest of Justice Esports as they try to make their way in, leaving only Minor alive from that meme map that we could basically see. Harami Bro taking their sweet time before making the decision, while Yangon Galacticos on the other edge as well will have about 15 seconds from now for them to decide what the next plan is.
Yeah, what will be the next plan right now for Justice Esports? I think it's going to be pretty straightforward. They just need to take out that one member of STE, or at least hold him back and make them move into the circle. But ideally to take him out so they don't need to be worried about being backstabbed. Now move over to MFG. Mewtwo, one of the OG players from the scene, now having to fight his way through, and right in front of him is going to be TQ.
TQ is just going to be in the middle of a couple of all these dangerous spots, as they got to be very, very careful with their advancements. XQS waiting on the wings, whereas you have MFG Yatka having a little bit more of an elevated vision from the rooftop. Spot one out. Won't be able to catch Fong for now, but it's going to be Smile that finds Opti as well as Iwako. It bursts that vehicle and will send out 2-1 for Akira.
Well, no double chicken dinner now for 2-1 for Akira as they got eliminated by Justice Esports. Justice Esports looking at Playbook Esports on the other side, but both of them within the circle. So I don't think there'll be any big moves from either side for now. All they need to do is to defend their ground and probably focus on to the team coming from behind instead.
Federales gets another one in the back against GE. It's going to be Westy on the ground. Oh boy, Romeo. Just by this small little cover for the time being with the smokes to provide enough for them to get themselves that reset. But Erangel Galacticos, they are absolutely on fire with the 8 points accrued. And YG, they got ample of spacing from these edges as they lock their eyes on the side of XQS. Two very stable areas which they do not decide to basically go up against one another so quickly just yet, as they're already inbound to the next phase, so they don't really have to force any form of moves for the time being.
Yeah, here we go. 30 seconds to the next stage of the circle. Most of these teams may be forced to move since a lot of them are playing by the edge of this circle. And we got the range from the Harame bros doing a little bit of scouting work, gathering information to plan the next move because they need to decide within about 15 seconds. And I believe that is where we'll see more fights to happen, since all these teams will be forced to group up each other, and we are talking about stage 6, whereby the circle is small enough.
Yeah, and we also do see huge improvements in terms of gameplay. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He thought that is actually within the range of the safe zone, but instead the blue zone will eventually clip him out completely. But the good news is he does not give away any points to anybody at all, as it further shifts towards the northeast point of the map. The rest of Erangel Galacticos will be forced to leave the vicinity, and they're just gonna drive directly forward for a challenge. They know that one member is being knocked down, and now they will have Cute Loki infiltrating the site all alone. But there's no backup. Loki, he still survives, but from the back, he will be shredded off by Lufa Boy.
Oh man, if only he was prepared for it, he could have pulled the trigger first. But looks like Exquisite is gonna get that point. Lufa is still in this. You know, he has a lot of fans, especially from Japan. And he's also the only player from the Philippines who have played in the PMGC. Now, coming back onto Erangel Galacticos, they have to win this fight quickly because now the zone is closing. The nade from Romeo Boy. That will be a beautiful knock on the other side.
Another one being charged up. They have to be within safe distance in order to rescue Lufa Boy. Romeo primes yet another one as Nathan tries to reposition the vehicle in order to be safe, but it gets clipped out instead, reveals his position. Very risky move, but Nathan stays alive for now. The zone closing in. Romeo Boy's got to do something here. He's slowly getting chunked out by the zone, and this opens up room for Blanks to rain fire upon him. So low, but still alive.
Oh, that was a close one, but the blue at the same time is holding on to him. Romeo Boy managed to heal up, but Blanks will not let him go. Blanks, look at the knockdown. That's going to be a point in the pocket, but Blanks knocked down by the other side instead. Now move to fourth row, knocked down by the long range on Lupa. At the same time, knocked down back to back in the open. Nobody's there to save him. As we look over to the bird's eye view, Nathan is going to be the last man standing for Exquisite. Tries to make a run for it.
Nathan tries to survive, but take a health left, tanking out the zone. Will have to leave the rest of his teammates be. The Quez preying on them like vultures. Is hoping to charge up a grenade to land a lucky blow. And it does actually connect. What a nade that was.
Nice game sense there, not gonna lie. Save, he definitely saved that moment for the nade. Now we're in the top 5 teams in stage number 6, ladies and gentlemen. The 2 teams is still a full squad, Harame Bros and Playbook Esports in the game still. 5 eliminations and 3 eliminations respectively.
The Quest now makes it into a top 5 performance. Meanwhile, we're looking at Dread Esports as well as MFG not acquiring any form of points so far within the top 5 of the field. They've been playing very, very passively. As a matter of fact, I don't really see them across the map that much. Therefore, Dread Esports, they got a lot to gain here, but you know what they gain? The circle. That's the most important.
Well, since they're at the circle, you might see less of them in the following round. Unless Team Quest chooses to go towards them. But Let's see where will the movement be for Harami Bros as well. Looks like they're going to take the south side in. Playbook Esports will be their next target.
Harami Bro now having a charged up grenade to drop right in, and yes, it does connect. A double, a swift measurement coming from Federales to clean everybody up. And it's only leaving a couple more out there. Mom Boy, he's trying to hold on to dear life as much as he can, but there's 4 members of Harami Bros that he has to deal with, and this civil rivalry is just not really doing all too much justice to PBE as they go in for that counts from the back, and it will get run over by the side range, and shots coming in from him as well. So Save tries to save himself with a first aid kit as well. The Quest in a tough position to be, but they will eventually garner all this vital info to proceed for this top 4.
Now the Quest trying to take out the members of MFG on the other side. They gotta be careful as well in case Harami Bros can see them. But they're on the lower ground, so they should be fine for now. So they can put focus onto MFG, who is just by the edge of the circle as well. Now we have it, the stats here, ladies and gentlemen. Our top 4 teams, Harami Bros leading the elimination chart with 9.
And the PMCPH champions are hoping to repeat history once again. This time to be the first ever champions of the PMCL, and the journey begins here with a huge advantage swinging on their favor in terms of points. Very likely they could close this out and still emerge as number 1, so long as they could basically hold out against the other 3 squads, whereas MFG could basically be a surprise factor here because they are in quite the position to actually take on a lot of all these other teams. Whereas Dread Esports, the defense are slowly crumbling with fires and shots from all directions.
Oh, Yaka finished off, and now for MFG, they only have 1 active player left. Save will be knocked out as well. More tries to find his gun, long range shot onto the other side, tries to get his target, but not able to do so. Instead, now focus on to picking out his teammate, Holy Lanju.
Holy Lanju, just barely surviving. Speaking of Devil, oh, the shot coming from MM was just absolutely accurate. Hits him from right under. Whereas Kaler, of course, providing the vital information as he's still looking around on his knees. Moy, the only one surviving. The rest of Harami Bro burns them out completely. Okay, Harami Bro, that's a statement right there. 13 eliminations, as they will proceed forward with 3 members strong.
Well, Harami Bros, let's see if they can pull out a chicken dinner here. They are on the better side, if you ask me for now. But stage 9, the circle will close entirely. So that is where all the teams will be pressured to go into the center of the circle. Now the snake from MM. First one did not knock down anyone. Now he sees the top still there. Cooks up the second nade. Preparing it. It could land nicely onto the top. The top will be able to survive it. Yes, he will. With about 10% of health.
As he slowly stalks forward. Oh, he gets spotted out already. Shots now being fired on the side of MM, and that will basically hinder the rest of Harami Bro, losing 1 member out. So it's going to be an even fight. 2 versus 2 versus 2. And Mewtwo MVP is looking for more against Quest, who is right in the middle of it all. As they have a widespread view coming from the side of Harami Bro. They are very much on the wide end of the spectrum, where they will have to eventually close in against the rest of the squads. But if they get knocked out, nobody's there to rescue them.
And that really depends on who can slowly slide in away from the blue. Gonna be real tough for all these teams. I must say it's pretty balanced right now. Rage for Harimo is the only player on the other side of the road, so he has to make use of the space that he has, and he has the least amount of space as compared to the others.
Yeah, so difficult for him to really get much out of this highway that he has to cross. So let's see if this is within range for him to reach out.
Okay, here we go. It's about time here. Mewtwo keeping an eye on the Harami Bros. Rage, knocked down by Unknown, eliminating them. Now it's going to be 2-on-2. Here we go. Unknown. And his teammates keeping an eye on the Team Quest the other side.
Quest now holding on for such a long time, managing to pull off quite a solid defense. MFG also have been waiting for this golden opportunity as Mewtwo slowly lurks about. As he advances forward, will require a little bit more of the support coming in from his teammates. Shots being fired, gives enough information. Fern opens up the shots, and that will only be the top. The final member standing on this 1-versus-1, I believe.
Oh, okay.
The self
Here we go.
pickup. Coiling right
go.
through. Mewtwo is all left out alone. It won't be spotted out, and it will be the Quest that secures the second chicken dinner of the PMCL.
Well, the quarter gets it. And here we have it saved. The top rung as well as Popeye, not the Sailor Man, gets the chicken dinner for round number 2. The team from Cambodia, ladies and gentlemen. And looks like there's no repeat yet. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in. So, yeah, let's give the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and it's still very early to the day as we still got a total of 4 maps we played out in day 1 here and many more for the entirety of the week as we'll be here joining you on this journey. But I was looking at the performance of Harame Bro and my dude, they rack up plenty of points from that round itself. And for the moment, I thought, hey, this might just be a new Filipino dominant wave that will basically cause the stir here in the PMCL, but they eventually got halted by the end of it. But top 3 is still not too shabby after all for the side of Harame Bro. So let's take a quick glimpse of what went down on Game 2.
Yes, this will be the highlights from the previous round, ladies and gentlemen. And it is also the first Erangel in the PUBG Mobile Champions League Southeast Asia. So based on this round, of course, as compared to the Sanhok round, it is not as hard and fast, but it is still a lot of action. But it's compared to the previous round as well. At least this round, we had teams who survived to stage number 9. In Sanhok, we didn't have any of that.
Yeah, and when we look into how the teams are so confidently pushing into compounds, we see so many of all these close range fights as well as a lot of third-party action all across the map. And to me, there was a lot of pleasant surprises that we've been able to witness, especially this fight coming from XSQ that has really shown Yango Galacticos that they will not be easily contested in their own compound.
And this is where Blanks truly locked down his opponent. Nicely done, not letting him go. A little bit of counter from the other side, but that's fine as long as he gets that 1 point. But I really like this coming from Federer. He's really showing his stuff against a playbook Esports. And even Monboy couldn't stand a chance.
That's right. And of course, the quarter now with a win will be placing themselves firmly within the top 2 range. Is it going to be enough to basically catch up onto the 2-1-4 Akira side? We'll definitely have to see because 2-1-4 Akira did not manage to play the long game this time around. So perhaps that might just be an opportunity that they will seize. But MVP of the match will have to be MM as he racked up a total of 6 elimination points and a whopping 8 knockouts throughout the round.
And there you go, one of the original members of Harame Bros now crowned the MVP of this match. 6 eliminations and a total of 500 damage, 8 knockouts for his team. So he brought at least 6 points to Harame Bros. One of the team names that actually attracted me when they first made their debut with the PMCL Southeast Asia.
Yeah, up to today, I still wonder what does Harame actually means. Like, anybody in the chat could help me out. Sure, just go ahead and drop what it means to me. But the winners of this matchup has got themselves a solid round with a total of 8 elimination points accrued. And for most part, they've been able to rotate very, very safely and not be all too noticed in the early game. And they managed to secure that perfect positioning in order to go in for that final battle. And hence why they've been able to really outlast majority of the teams that had to force themselves into battles instead.
Yeah, can you imagine that total eliminations is 8 and MM got 6? just by himself. So that is how much he's crowned the MVP. But anyway, the chicken dinner is still given to the quarter. So there's going to be 18 points in total for this round. Chicken dinner points, obviously, together with the total elimination points. So that's going to be 18 in total. But here we go. We got 3 teams not able to get a single point in this round, including Austria Esports. There's going to be 2 zeros back to back.
Wow, look at that. Harami bro, they did not get that chicken dinner, but what they did was get a total of 14 elimination points, and that basically tops TQ by just 1 point. So with that, chasing on to the rest of the leaderboard is XQS with a total of 9 points, also tying in with Yangon Galacticos, 7 each for Genesis Esports as well as MFG, whereas PBE as well as see you soon Tiger KE gets a total of 6 as well.
Yeah, and for number 9, we got DID with 5 points. 214A has 2. Same goes for Team I2 as well. Enigma and TTQ 1 each. STE, Austria, and APJ, unfortunately, no points in this round. So again, Austria Esports. Man, this team... I know it's only 2 rounds, but it's an unusual performance for me. Honestly, I would expect a little bit more from Austria.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what's really going on behind the scenes of the team on the results of the past 2 rounds, and hopefully they will be able to recover because we still got plenty more of these upcoming Erangel rounds to be played out, and they need to start to pick up the pace a little bit more. Although, you know, Austria had so much of all these wealth of experiences, I guess like to have such a rough day 1 is something that is a tough pill to swallow. So hopefully it does not really break their spirit just yet. But coming up next, another round of Erangel to be played out.
Yeah, after this, Austria Esports and the rest of Group E, they're going to take a break. So we're going to have A, B, C, and D playing after this. Austria Esports, I'm sure they can't wait for this break. They definitely need it. For Harami Bros, I'm sure they wish they would have played because, yeah, you want to bring the momentum across. But hey, you know what? The grouping is the grouping. Anyway, Group A will be making their debut. So again, Group A, Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Mythclad, and God of Death 7 will be coming in. And I guess a lot of expectations for this team, maybe, since they do have the time to look at how these teams have been playing for the past 2 rounds.
That's right, and I believe that we're going to be moving in for a quick break, and we'll see you guys after this. Oh,
Okay.
not just
Yep.
yet. As
There
we
you go.
will
That'll be the break. So we see you guys after this one.
Let's go boom.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. We've already concluded 2 games and we've got a whole lot more to go as Sir Cloud and I will bring you through each respective rounds, and let's see what sort of drama will unfold throughout the course of the season. So far, with 2 chickeners being back, 4 more to go, and we are seeing a lot of strong performances coming from Harami Bro, XQS, as well as so many more. And now we welcome in Group A to the picture.
Yes, Group A. So we're going to welcome Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, and God of Death 7. And Group E is going to take a break after this. Austria Esports taking a break out of after 2 rounds of zeros. Hopefully they'll be able to come back stronger after this. But just to reintroduce to everyone, these are the teams in Group A, B, C, and D.
Yep, and with that said, the ones that will be joining for the first time in the PMCL will be Fearless Esports, Flash Vision Esports, Myth Clan, as well as God of Death 7. So it definitely is going to be pretty much exciting times for us to see how this one could basically cause a stir in the way of how they drop into the map of Erangel. And I believe that they had time to also take a look at what really happened on that previous round so that they could also plan ahead. So maybe they won't have that much of an early contest when it comes down to some areas that they would like to start off from. So with that, that will be pretty much lesser of a deterrence for majority of the team.
Yes, so will things change after this? That will be the question, right? With the inclusion of these teams who have had the time to look at what's happening, look at the drop spots, and probably plan a little bit better with the time that they had. And let's see what they're going to do. Are they going to contest for any of these draw spots? Like what we saw earlier on, there were 4 teams inside of military base island, but lucky enough, no big fights down there.
Yeah, not much that has happened in the course of that stage 1 inside of the island itself, whereas everywhere else, oh boy, there's like fights over on the mansion from the get-go and so many more of these areas where teams are still looking to jostle over control, because the moment that you establish that you are pretty much firm, this whole area is yours for the rest of the Erangel runs for the season. And of course, before we kick off once again, may I remind you that there are a lot of exciting offers as well as a lot of brand new skins that you could get for some good deals out there. I mean, look at this. The Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set is basically available now till probably the end of the week itself, or should I say really, really soon. So make sure you guys get your hands on this Dragon Emperor and Empress set.
Yeah, to be exact, it's until the 9th of March. So use this chance to upgrade your MK14s. And the first draw is only 10 UC. I mean, this is a steal, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss out on this offer. Maybe, just maybe, right? With that 10 UC, you would get that MK14 into your set. You'll be able to keep it permanently. So add that to your collection right now. Do not miss out on the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set.
That's right, and I guess like some people are really, really that lucky with the 10 UCs, and you should definitely try your luck as well. And not only that, we also do have the Serpent Gleam set that is also available, as this is part of the new guild set, which is absolutely cool. So try your chances. You might be able to land all that you want.
Yeah, and this one will upgrade your AWM. So 2 long-range tactically guns that you'll be able to pick up this time around. And I had a good second look again during like the break, right, on this poster. So that's not like a bazooka item. I thought it was one because, you know, at the first glance it does look like one, but it's actually like an urn on top of like this little pillar. So yeah, it is. Anyway, the purple color does remind me of the Arcane set back in the day when PUBG Mobile used to have that collaboration.
Yeah, and I think like this is kind of like the updated version. And just look at the detailings as well on this sniper. It has a little bit more of that porcelain skin on top of the AWM as well. So I think like it is definitely one of the coolest ones that they have released so far.
Yep. So don't miss out on that because offer can end. Yes, but what will not end is once you get it, it's going to be permanently yours. Now, speaking about ending, we're going to end the promo section before we jump in onto our match that will be coming soon again inside of Erangel. Group A making their debut. What's your take? What's your gut feel on Group A?
I this is definitely a group that is kind of like in a oddball position as well, right? Because like out of the names here, I guess Fearless, Myth, as well as GOT7 has something huge to prove. Flash Vision Esports have played in many of all these C wildcard regions. Though this is a staple name that has been around Southeast Asia for a while, but we have not really seen them thrive all too much. Maybe this is a season for them to prove all these doubters wrong, that they deserve to be here staying put in the PMCL.
Yeah, another interesting name about Group A, since we're talking about them, right, is Flash Vision that has Shakir inside. So Shakir, he has been around the scene for quite a while, really. I start to lose count right now, maybe like since 2020 or so, and now he's back again at this stage. It's just that although he has been around for quite a while, but he has never really been able to break through to the next stage after the wildcard series. So hopefully he'll be able to do that this time, and there'll be an interesting storyline for this sort of long-time players who have been trying and trying again and probably finally making his breakthrough.
Yeah, especially I have huge respect to a lot of all these players hailing from the Singapore region, where they have been working really hard to really break through some of all these tournaments with amazing results. And back then, some of them have even played in the PMPL MYSG. They go that far back as well. So it's also actually good that within their own committee, they are still really trying to prove that there are a lot of strong talents hailing in from Singapore.
Yeah, and speaking about talents, right? So in the both of the Singaporean lineups, is there's a bit of a mix here. It's not fully Singaporeans. They also have import players. A couple of players from Malaysia for Flash Vision Esports. Same goes for the other team, APG as well. Adepoy is actually a Malaysian player playing with the Singaporean team. So a good mix of diversity here, transferring knowledge from different regions. And I guess that's one of the recipes of success. The fact that they're now here in the PMCL stage.
Yeah, and of course, a very good opportunity for them to also grow even more now, facing off against some of the top guns of the PMCL so far. And we're looking at the past two games, the Philippines as well as Myanmar are taking the lead. Within the top four, you have two Filipino teams and two Myanmar teams on the block, or should I even say within the top 10 itself, it's basically filled with them.
Yes, and speaking about the top 10, so if you make it into the top 10, well, more to be exact, it's going to be top 8. Then you gather a couple of placement points. Just to remind everyone on the format that we're having here today, placement points are the same as before. If you get a chicken dinner, it's going to be 10 points. Every elimination point is 1 point, and it trickles down. Second place will receive 6, third place 5, fourth place 4, fifth place 3, sixth place 2, 7 to 8 1. But unfortunately, they fall on the outside of the top 8, 9 to 16. They will not bring home any placement points at all.
Yeah, and you saw in that previous round where Harami Bro, as much as they finished on third position, which only garnered them 5 points in terms of placement, they got so many elimination points with a total of 13, or even more, should I say, in order to basically tabulate it and eventually emerge having more points than the chicken dinner winners overall. So with that in mind, I guess like this form of system benefits those that are very able to collect as many elimination points as possible.
And of course, why they collect points is to collect placements. Why they collect placements is to collect part of the prize pool. Because if they finish higher in the league, they will get a lot more money. So total prize pool of 18,000 US dollars is on the line for the league stage, ladies and gentlemen. The finals will be a different set of prize pool, but of course, right now we're going to focus on the league prize pool. The winner of the league will take home 4,500 US dollars.
Yeah. Even for chicken dinners as well as Terminators, everybody do get a little bit of something in return weekly as well as daily. So it's not only playing for the entirety of the league. At least like if you did not get like the top 3 position or the top 16 position, like you still walk away with cash prize, and that is definitely effort well paid off.
Yeah. So regardless whether you are far away from getting the number 1 or not too far away, or you have already secured the number 1 spot, there's still something to go for every match. That is the winner with the chicken dinner, 100 US dollars. And on top of that, individual awards as well. The weekly Terminator. We're talking about weekly, ladies and gentlemen. So this week, somebody. Next week, it could be somebody else. So extra money there on the line. 150 US dollars to be picked up. The best performing team every week. Basically, it's the first place team. By the end of the week, will receive an extra 150 US dollars as well. So again, a lot of money on the line, I must say. And with this amount of money, what will be the first thing that you do?
Well, with that amount of money, if I were to win that amount of money, I don't know, pay bills first. First and foremost,
Okay.
pay my bills. I mean, jokes
Someone has
aside.
overdue bills?
I guess. Well, with that being said, I guess like if I were to make a purchase, it's usually food. There's nothing much that I ask for. Mostly food. I get to
Well,
share it with you too. So if I do win it.
Well, if you were to ask like players, I noticed that a lot of players, they're into sneakers for some reason. It's as if like, you know, a pair or 2 of sneakers is not good enough. I know some players like with a huge collection of sneakers. I sometimes I do wonder if they can actually wear all of them.
Yeah, I used to be one of those guys where, I mean, I love looking at them, and then I tried to own a bunch of these sneakers, and then COVID hit, right? And then I asked myself, what do I do with these sneakers now? I mean, like, exactly your point, but end of the day, some people do it for the gram, some people generally love to collect and buy as well as sell it, because, like, hey, it could maybe make them even more money. Who knows?
Yeah. I do have friends who are light sneaker collectors, and they do say that, you know, there's a resale value for them. So maybe it's just, I don't know, a small good investment. I don't know. I'm not much of a sneaker guy, but if I were to get that piece of money, I wonder what will I do with it. I'm probably more of a gadget guy. I'll probably look into some nice cool new gadgets.
Oh yeah, I think like that definitely will be a great addition to your podcast as well. If you guys don't know yet, Sir Carl does have, you know, his own podcast running, and maybe you get to also speak to some of these winners, like directly. What do you do with that prize winning?
Oh yeah. I would love to get some of them onto the show. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit of a plug there, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not seen it, you know, some of you are already on the platform watching this. So you just need to search. Yeah, you just need to search. I don't think it's hard, you know, to search my name out there. It's kind of easy. Just putting it out there, ladies and gentlemen. But if you were to be able to interview one person out of all these players, right, who would it be at this point?
Out of all the players, I think like I want to interview a veteran in the scene, because from Harami Bros, Few has been there for a very, very long time. So me and Few go very far back when we talk about the Seawall cards. It's even the PMCO days. That's like 2019. So, and up till today, he's still involved in the PUBG Mobile Esports world, and I really do wonder what drives him to still carry on in this journey.
Yeah, as for me, putting aside like the possible language barrier, right? We'll put that aside for a bit. I definitely want to speak to the top G Smile, because what I think that this guy is just amazing for the team. Arguably for me, he has came up with the clutch of the year in 2023 across everyone else. So yeah, definitely would like to speak to him and see what's his mind, what's in his mind when he plays, and what's his background story. Sometimes it's really interesting to get to know like the players from the human side of things rather than just on the skill side or on the gaming side of things. But speaking about gaming side of things, we're going to jump in onto our next match. Erangel it is for match number 3.
Here we go again, and this time, let's welcome on board Group A to fight in this upcoming match 3, and it's about to kick off real soon. So, without further ado, let's have a look at how this one will go as we have our players jet set and ready to take this dive. And wow, this is skewered all the way down south.
Oh yeah, so for teams who like to drop up north, it's going to take a bit for them. But that also means that again, main 30 base will be accessible for all these teams. Will we see 4 teams inside main 30 base? Maybe more, maybe less. We'll keep an eye on that as well. STE drops straight in. We got Enigma just above them. GE inside of Novo. So that's kind of locked in for now. But looking at Enigma, I don't think they'll be stopping by. So we might only see 2 teams inside main 30 base. Not as crowded as before.
Yeah, I think this is a really good news for Strangers Esports to have a smoother run. GE will forever be inside of Nova Illinois. So you can basically still count that, hey, there might still be a little bit more of a contest for some grounds. That's just about it. I don't think they will ever want to collide inside of the island unless if that circle actually moves to the south. But most often than not, I think like this trajectory might actually bring us towards the center, and yes, it will be slightly southern of the center at the very least. So to my surprise, none of these players have opted to move into Pochinki just yet. So TTQ, the closest squad to be around the corner, might be able to actually make their way into that vast city that they could basically conquer for their own.
Yeah, interesting enough. Not only Pochinki, right? Like school, nobody's there. Rosehawk, normally GE would take that spot, but maybe because of the flight path, they changed that drop spot to Novo. They want a quicker drop, so that's absolutely fine. But that also means that look at on the left side, majority of the teams are there. So we might see some fights or maybe some of the early fights take place on the left side of the circle.
Yeah, and especially on the side of South Georgia Pool, right? Because we see about 3 teams moving into that container zone, so that might just be a little bit more worrisome for them to not only contest for vehicles to rotate about, but also to fight for those loots. So TQ, the squad that have been able to win out that previous run, will now be hoping to up the ante and maybe make it a double. So TQ so far has been able to acquire a total of 19 points, whereas adding another 6 more will tie them in with Harami, bro.
That'll be interesting to see if they can actually do that, right? I mean, Harami bros, they do look kind of nice, especially they can retain all their players towards the end, and of course retain their star frag Federales, as what we saw in the previous round. But of course, all eyes will be on the 4 new teams making their debut here. Keeping my eye on to Myth, since they do have a Davant who is an OG player in the Cambodian scene, bringing his experience around. Looking over at this area where TQ is at, looks like they do have MFG in the same area. Part of them are in the circle, and the other part of them are on the outside. So I guess we might see a fight there for the South Yogo pool.
Yeah, and for Yangon Galacticos, as much as they're in the south, they're the ones that basically hold onto the container area and immediately getting the shots across. What a lineup coming in from Chris! Oh, goodness gracious. Did you just see that? He
Yeah,
almost
that's-
basically take down 2 by himself.
That's a crispy shot, I must say. Well, now we got Fern coming in, but before Fern is able to arrive, Chris again gets a knockdown onto Mewtwo. Not going to get away with his telekinesis this time.
Yeah, and it's interesting to also note that, oh, okay, it takes 3 DPS shots and 2 full clips, you know? Well, but overall, job done, 2 points accrued, And this time, MFG, they're not in a good spot. I mean, we've talked about 3 teams being around this area, which is already crowded enough. And now there are 2 members stuck between 2 teams. So it definitely will be hard for MFG to cut the cross because they are on the north point of George right now.
Yeah, I noticed that but one of the teams wanted to take the high ground of South Jogopol. So that will be interesting if anyone chooses to take that. Now I'm still wondering who Coca-Cola is. I was just double checking through our spreadsheet. Like, do we really have a Coca-Cola? Yeah, no, we don't. So yeah, somebody is using a pseudonym here, not exposing himself.
Probably it. And we also do have, newer names like Caps Luck. QB has always been around. But Enigma, this household power squad, has been really putting up such a strong showing for so many seasons. And we expect them to continue to do the same here throughout the course of the league. For now, Enigma is still taking things a little bit slowly in the early game. Whereas Dread Esports, they managed to make it very late into the game in the past round of Erangel, but haven't really acquired as many points as they planned to get by the end of that run. Because they did survive, but they didn't really get many eliminations to actually close that one off, which is kind of rough because they were surrounded by multiple squads. Whereas now adding GOT7 back into the mix, this GOT7 squad has also played for a season or 2 already in the SEA wildcards. But now coming in back with a few roster changes as well of their own. Let's see how much more firepower have they amped up throughout the past couple of months.
Yeah, we just saw Trust Me on screen. So he used to play with Yangon Galacticos. I believe it was just last season. So now he's with this new team. At least he'll be the one to bring the experience to the team, especially when it comes to this stage of this tournament where you are put up against some of the best in Southeast Asia. So it's definitely a great addition to the team. It's just that if we look at Team I's position right now, I wouldn't say it's the best, but of course, we are still in day 1.
That's right. Day 1 with plenty of opportunities for everybody out there. Mernat Boy now opens up the route for the rest of GE to make their early moves into the first zone. No contest whatsoever throughout the south side of the island, as we see the player that you want to interview just cutting across the screens, and he dodges the camera. He knows it's right there. He knows the camera's on the ground.
I was about to point that out. Like, okay, he's probably saw the camera. It's like, okay, nope. Okay, cameras are expensive, ladies and gentlemen. I know that for sure. But anyway, APG now from Singapore up against the Filipino team Playbook Esports.
Oh, he's gonna go in for a run and inside. Does a little damage, but a member of theirs has been knocked over. Adik Boy may not be safe at the time being, as the rest of APG hoping to just rally away from this fight. PBE 2 points pretty much secured at this state, with them pretty much defenseless. Will be picked up by Monboy nonetheless.
1 player from APG, make that 2 players from APG manage to get away. So hopefully they'll be able to hold on for at least positioning points. For sure right now, Rix will be eliminated. It's just a matter of time. Monboy sparing for now, using as bait, but there you go. The loot is more important at some point.
Definitely is when you are so early into the game, where you see some of them are still using level 1 gears. Some of them don't even have enough of all these throwables just yet. So whatever they can get, they will basically scavenge for it. Or, why do all that hard work moving around the map looking for these items when your opponents can bring it to you?
Yeah, but speaking about bringing it to them, SD brought to them. TTQ, time to quick. They're aware of that. You're started off by knocking out headbutt just like that.
Oh boy, Millie having a member dropped out. Edward once again falls off in the early game. unable to really start off strong here, but the grenade coming in from 762 will connect, and that leaves TTQ with only 2 more. Oh boy, they chose the wrong town to fight for, and Strangers Esports, they're so ready to take them on.
Oh, Scotty tries to land the shot, but the smoke is buying them time. Miner is coming in with a major move. Liquid on his own at the back of his vehicle. It's going to be the support player. Miner cooking up his nade, tossing on to the other side of the building. The nade did land, but not able to knock anyone down. Miner damaged by the nade.
Oh, he basically prepared 2 of it for them to run directly towards. And that was quite the setup. Now they're only down to Suki.
Ow.
Can he change the course of the battle by himself? The rest of SEA surrounding them like a hawk. And Suki will fall. And here is Strangers Esports with a total of 4 points and an ace.
Clean sweep by STE. Not losing anyone in the process at all. 4 points in the pocket. And they managed to defend their compound. Perfect play by them. Let's see if stage 3 will still be with them. I believe so. I think they are somewhere in the middle of the circle. So they should be fine. They should be able to get stage 3.
Be all right for now because they do have a lot of ample space to play out. Flash Vision Esports on their debut. We're still hanging by Gatka. They dropped right into the middle of the field, but they have never really left the vicinity so far. Not sure if they have vehicles to work with whenever they need to rotate, because Gatka, one issue about dropping into this plain lands is that there's not much vehicles to work with. I believe that they've already spotted out some of the members of Esports. Trust me, Master Vape, they're still going to be holding on to the same spot. So they basically can just sit tight for the time being as they are already within the grasp of the circle. Whereas Younger Galacticos, Dread Esports, as well as Myth, they will eventually have to make their move inbound. The rest of the squads, not too worrisome. They should be able to journey in safely.
Ooh, but look at this contrast. Look at the Gatka Mountain. 2 teams up there. MFG and Myth. So we might see a clash at the Gatka Mountain as they hit their way down. We keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, looking at the elimination feed, Young Galacticos in the scuffle with Flash Vision.
Yeah, FVE already having one member knocked down. Should be able to go in for a revive. This is a long-range trade, but still which he's taking stranded all alone. So revive not entirely possible as Loki is locking him down. The rest of FVE is so far segregated from the rest of his teammate. And Younger Galacticos just showing great work on these long-range shots, especially on this Mini 14, held by Loki. As the rest of the other squads are also zooming right past them as well. TTQ, they're keeping their eyes peeled out for Younger Galacticos' movement, whereas more pressure coming in. FVE going for the save.
Yes, Young Galacticos might come in anytime soon. They're still putting pressure onto Flash Vision Esports. Young Galacticos will be the one that needs to make the move since they're on the outside of the circle. Loki shot at Loki. Gotta be careful. Loki knocked down by the unknown from MFG.
And here comes the invasion right across the corner. As Shakir tries to actually hold him all the way back, cooking up this grenade. Can he actually land any of the blows? Damage being done towards the side of TZ. Not enough to take down the rest of YG. But the pressure is on. FE has to hold him on the ground and will find TZ. Great positioning from the side of Shakir with a UMP. But SayCloud, he's holding out the grenade. He has to reposition. But Shakir's trying to heal up. Yes, he will basically move out in time. And he won't be clipped. But Romeo Boy, he's waiting inside the shack. Does he actually know?
Oh, Arif gets knocked down onto one member of Young Galacticos. SayCloud will be onto it. Now Romeo Boy keeping an eye. At the same time, Team I across the road also keeping an eye onto these 2 teams. Now is Naughty Boy going to come in? Oh, he's alone. I kind of doubt so. He might want to focus on saving his teammate first.
It might just do exactly just that, Naughty Boy. Dropping one from quite a long range. hoping to land a cheeky blow to them. Master Vape still bleeding out, needing a little bit more of that assistance. Whereas Yango Galacticos, they are so busy trying to keep FVE at bay. They got so many problems to deal with at the moment with this three-way exchange going on. And Esports, they are the ones just waiting for either of these teams to strike. Meanwhile, one boy from the outskirts finds Devon.
And Devon eliminated by Monboy. At the same time, God of Death 7 eliminated number 15 with 1 elimination point. Easy. Taken out. Joseph taken out as well. Saycloud waiting for the right moment to move in. The right moment has to be now because they got only about 10 more seconds before the blue puts pressure onto them.
Speaking of which, they only have 5 seconds before it starts shrinking in right in. Mr. K now blind sprays through the smoke, not really finding anything at all as TZ. Oh, he's definitely getting pressurized to push right in, and he won't be able to find one. Gets 2. TZ goes down as well. Era's now being clipped, whereas Mr. K tries to go for exchange, but runs directly to the crosshair of Romeo Boy. A bloodbath through the fields, and it will be Yango Galacticos that comes up on top.
Man, gotta give it to Yango Galacticos. It was a tougher one for them because they were pleasured by the blue and they were forced to move first. Good thing for them, they managed to eliminate Flash Vision Esports. Now it's a matter of getting into the circle. Seems to be quite a distance for them. Oh no, in trouble. They've been shot at, been gate capped by other teams.
And speaking of which, Yango Galacticos now has the furthest journey to move right into the circle, and they have to pass by a couple more teams before they will be saved from anyone at all. While Dread having Jashi so far away, I'm not sure what's really happening by that corner of the map, but STE, they're taking those spacing, trying to hunt out for certain lurkers and away off of the crosshairs of Esports. Miner getting shot, but I'm not sure where exactly is safe for him. At the very least, Strangers Esports have already secured a total of 8 points in this round.
Oh, Jashi, vehicle smoking up. Oh no, Jashi, not in this location. No, not like this, Jashi, not like this. Trust me. Skipping out to Jashi, blue is onto him. Jashi, where is he gonna go now?
He's got to go on foot, and that's not gonna cut it. Oh boy, the worst time to actually crash the vehicle, and it's all being smoked up as well. Dread Esports next one to fall. And Miner, he's trying to cover himself, but he doesn't really know Master Vape is just right in front of his eyes. Managed to basically duck in the nick of time, but there's nowhere safe for him. Master Vape shuts off the rest of Stranger Esports at the secure 12 position. Well, that will also be joined by Miv Clan as well.
And unfortunately, no points at all this round for them. So we've got 10 more teams available this round. Popeye, knockdown. Team I right now managed to get into the circle safely. No one else is in front of them. But let's see what's going to happen. Next, 5th stage it is. Team I still pretty much on the clear. I will put more focus onto the northern side where PBE is at.
Yeah, that's where the crowd will be looking to fight for some positioning. FRL is very, very close to the side of TQ, so that might just be the closest fight that we'll be getting for the time being, while Playbook keeps a tap onto both sides. Shots fired from the side of Yango Galacticos, trying to stay alive, but it's MFG that clips him out. Yakai! Yakai's been able to clutch moments like this and still managed to survive, but that buggy's pretty much stuck. There's no way he's going to get out of that.
Yep, we saw that. We saw that. Not sure how he's going to move that because the vehicle that is kind of like is blown up, so no way they're going to move that vehicle at all.
Yeah, not even the grenade could basically move an inch out of that. Now we move towards the rest of the positions of the other squads. Fearless Esports. This is probably their debut here at the PMCL as well, as they managed to get the glimpse of TQ. The quarter now just hugging tightly, but will be caught out by Michi. That's from the angle of PBE instead of members of Fearless Esports. So it's still going to take a while before they conclude this. It's Michi, just by the edge of it. Sees only a tiny glimpse, but managed to pick something up. Not able to eliminate the quadra just yet.
Yeah, the smoke is not helping him though, but Raimon is getting close. Cooking up his own nade. Michi with the support from afar. Raimon knocking down Fern. That's an opening there. Raimon gets another knockdown to pop by. Poison knocked down by Morboy. Playbook Esports dominating this fight so far. Save is the only one active still. 20% of health left. No time for him to recover. He has to somehow win this fight. Seems like he's been pressured by the incoming blue. Raimon is taking different angles, making sure that he's not able to get away, but Raimon retreating back. That 1 point might not be worth it for him, or is he going to go all in with the vehicle?
And Ryman now just choose to book it right in between, as he will be getting himself a little bit more of that safety net by the corner to kill 1 sec. Hoping to clear off any form of lurker, hugging by the corners, save. The only one hiding on the edge here from the side of the corner. As more fights happening over the top end where Master Vape gets a little bit more. Remember, down from the side of Esports, where Puzzle managed to connect a couple more bullets, even through the smoke. Very, very sharp shot from quite the distance.
Here we go. Second. Tries again. Master Vape. I must say that Team I right now, they're pretty safe and sound within the circle. I wouldn't be too worried about them. Because all the other teams on the northern side, especially, they're cancelling out each other. And Team I still has it. Raimon naded down instead. Save is still there, not giving up.
Man, the edges of this map are just absolutely chaotic. And with that said, this is a golden opportunity for the rest of the debuting team of Fearless Esports to basically pile on with the pressure. For their debut, they actually have such a solid start with those 4 points already being guarded in their very first round. And speaking of which, even Anchor PUBG has been able to make it here into the top 8, but there's still much more work to be done, especially with them only getting 1 point with these two members still surviving. Well, Master Vape so far doing a lot of good work holding onto this high hill, but they got to look at their backs as well, because that's where another team might actually ambush them.
Yeah, just like what Fearless right now is trying to ambush the teams right in front of them. Playbook Esports the closest. But look at the elimination feed. Playbook Esports, they're kind of busy with See You Soon as well. Just managed to get a knockdown to the John. Now Jared's going in for a close quarters combat. DBS in hand, cooking up a nade on the other side. The John is back up on his 2 feet. Gerald, nade onto the right. And he managed to get a knockdown immediately onto Lulu Tip.
Gerald is so good in all these close quarter combat from the Sanhok bout up till now. He's showing what he's got. I'm not sure what's left of John, but he's just gonna hold the line and hold it and will. Takes down Gerald, still more to go. DBE still chasing after him, but you can't escape the DBS.
Well, he still got that point out of Gerald, so at least he secured an extra point before he went out. Now look at the elimination feed. West from GE. Looks like they're in the fight. Naded down. GE left. Hozo from the high ground shoots down. Tries to get a target out of Team I, but now Team I knows exactly where they are. They're going in for it.
Master Vape further pinning him down, dropping a grenade right across the corner, and another Molotov on their edge, but will be clipped from the back! Oh my word! It's Isaac trying to drop in that final shell, but he will basically go in for the challenge and brings out the DBS. 7 points for Esports.
Yeah, that is the play, ladies and gentlemen. The DBS gameplay wins them the fight. Now we're down to the top 6 teams. About 35 more seconds before stage 7, and more teams will be forced to move. Probably Team I has to abandon high ground by then.
Absolutely ruthless maneuvers coming in from the side of Esports. Meanwhile, a little bit of battle by the containers and some shelter from the compound. Anchor PUBG has only got Sky Meow to survive to tell the tale. Honestly, not much but to defend for himself. And it doesn't help that the ones against him is actually GE. One thing to note is that Genesis Esports is giving a lot of respect by dropping a lot of grenades. That will make it worth their while to add one more point to tally. 5 points in for the side of GE to make it to the top 5.
And to add on to the worthiness, they have the compound and they have the circle. They're pretty much right in the middle of it. They probably could still get stage 7. So it's a good move here by GE to take over this compound, to claim it as theirs.
GE, they definitely feel very, very comfortable being directly in the center because there's so little space that is going to be safe, especially for Enigma. I mean, they can't afford to step out. While the biggest contender here will be Esports as well as PBE, with both members surviving. Ryman now pushing through, and we'll find the last member standing out of MFG.
No, Playbook Esports needs to fight their way through onto the left side. Wants to come in as well, the only team with a full squad. Playbook Esports, they already got 10 eliminations. Wow, dominating this round, looking pretty nice. If they can get this chicken dinner, it's going to be a sweet, sweet win for them.
Yeah, and they've always brought the fight to the enemies and somehow overwhelmed them every step of the way. Very impressive work rate coming out of Playbook Esports. Whereas all information gathered by the side of Westie might be a little bit of a deterrent for the side of PBE, while they will be able to find more. Coca-Cola brings down Sizag.
Okay, here we go. Coca-Cola bringing the fist to his opponent. And at the same time, managing the members of coming down from the high ground. Trust me, knocked down by Michi. Trust me, the former coach of BE. Now on his knees, needs to be saved.
Great damage being done, and that basically holds the entirety of Esports out in the middle of the open, relying on smokes only to survive. Enigma, as much as Coca-Cola is alone, but they're fighting as if that the entire squad is basically within the compound, as they are sharing it right across with the rest of GE.
And right now, Playbook Esports by the edge of the circle, as what we expected, GE still gets the circle with that compound, but they need to defend it against that one member of Enigma. As for Playbook Esports, Raimon, yep, we knew it was stuck from before.
I think like it was from another team, right? And then like he got baited in to say like, oh, we got a free buggy, let's use it. But nah, that's not gonna work, my friend. Meanwhile, back towards the side of Esports, they are at the biggest risk of not making it into the next zone, as they need to basically advance forward, but the rest of GE has got their eyes locked and loaded alongside with a singular member of Enigma Gaming. Very, very tough final bout for either side of the party. Even for the side of Esports, which had the most members. And now, moving a little late, this is where they eventually get flipped off one after another by Monboy.
Ooh, nice spray there by Monboy. You know, one, Master Babe will be on his knees as well, thanks to Michi. One more to go for that's still active. Playbook Esports still locking them out. I wonder how they're going to get out. It's going to be a tough one for them. They need more than just smokes. They probably need a vehicle. I wonder if they still have it.
They might actually have something on board, but Esports, everyone's just moving on foot at the moment. Oh, perfect vision. Perfect shots to complement that as well. 4 points in for Coca-Cola. And he's the only member that scored points for Enigma.
And he's saying chup to all these other teams. And so far, so good for him. Managed to survive up to a third place finish. At least. Not finishing yet, but at least a third place. But now, because of those shots, Genesis Esports, they know that he's there. Keeping an eye on them, but they need to keep an eye on Playbook Esports as well, as they're coming for them.
Oh boy, he even dealt such a heavy blow towards Master Ichi. Now here comes Westie, trying to hold it out against the rest of Playbook Esports, throwing whatever he has into the open. Ryman slowly looking over onto the further end of the container. Some cheeky angles for him to work with. You know, they gotta say thanks to Coca-Cola for helping them out with Esports, but now they are here to settle the score. 1 HP left, and he's still basically standing, still fighting back. How is he not taken out yet? From the back though, here comes PBE. Oh, give this guy a break, will you?
Oh, Monboy is there. Raimon is coming in as well. Playbook Esports. Looks like they're going to start their fight here by eliminating Coca-Cola. Enigma is out. Number 3 elimination points. Genesis Esports against PBE. The two most experienced team. Let's see if they can actually pull this off. 2v3.
Philippines versus Myanmar for that chicken dinner. And they do have an opening window with one being knocked out. Master Ichi holding it out by himself. He's going to go for the jump shot. And no, he does not connect. And here we have Playbook Esports securing another one in the back for the Philippines with a winner chicken dinner.
Wow. Okay. Monboy, Raimon, Michi, Gerald takes home the third chicken dinner for today. 2 for the side of the Filipinos at least. Today, looking good for the Filipinos. Nice indeed. And well, earlier on we mentioned about the ex-member of PBE actually saying like, "Hey, you miss me," you know. So that was a rant kit. So now Monboy is saying that, well, with this chicken dinner, we don't really do.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, this is basically the most ferocious side that we've ever seen coming in from PBE, even with, you know, some changes into their own roster throughout so many different kind of iterations that they brought forward before, and they look so dominant and confident in this match.
Yes, looking good coming up from the high ground, crashing down the compound where Genesis Esports was at just to finish the mob towards the end. And here are the highlights from the previous round. I would say that there's a good amount of compound fights that make this round kind of balanced from the start. So at every stage, you would somewhat see like a decent amount of fights. So it was quite well balanced across. There wasn't like a moment where like we have a long pause.
Yeah, and majority of all these fights also happen across the field as well. So I think what's most interesting is the battle through the compounds, where we see some of the best action possible on how they've been able to hold out. And I think by the tail end of it, Coca-Cola really showed us some of the best 1 versus 6 situation. It really was insane. But kudos to all the players out there for putting on quite the stellar showing that we get here in round 3. And right after this is going to be a little bit of a break, but we definitely want to keep scores right now. Right after this highlights, we'll see who will be at the top of the table.
Yeah, but I also want to point out that this was an amazing angle for them to lock out Team I, and they got, I believe it was 3 or 4 points out of that angle. So that was a really good lockout for them. But our MVP for this round is FB. I believe this guy is Coca-Cola.
Yes, he is Coca-Cola. So now we know FV will be the guy that it will be known as the drink instead. So for elimination, what's to note here about Coca-Cola is his amazing gameplay secures all of the total points for Enigma to carry forward in that top 4, because the rest of the teammates bow out without securing anything at all.
Yeah, but the team that secures a good amount of elimination points, make that 12, is Playbook Esports. So far, the most elimination points in a single round by a team that got a ticket to today, at least, out of the 3 rounds. So that's going to be 22 points collected by Playbook Esports. 15 knockouts in the process, 9 assists, and a total damage of 2,760. Obviously, the highest because they got the most eliminations so far.
Yep, and with all the stats on your screen right now, we see quite a number of all these fights that did extend a long time. Therefore, you see the number of revives really go through quite a lot. And for most part, I think the good news is that we did see majority of them really go hit-to-hit in battle than to be stranded out in the open all too much. So we'll be keeping track of all these stats throughout the course of the PMCL. But for now, I think like it's just getting better and better every step of the way. So day one so far, very, very impressive. And I can't wait to see what happens there on when they do take on Miramar. But we still have one more map of Erangel to go, ladies and gentlemen. But that will happen after a break. So I guess later on the players will go for dinner. So far, what's the shocker to you this season with the performances of the team?
Well, for me, Austria is definitely the shocker. To me, it's a surprise that they have not managed to get a single point so far. Obviously, they didn't play the previous round, but out of the first 2 rounds that they have played, it's surprising that it's 0. I mean, if they got a couple of points, yeah, you would still kind of like, yeah, okay. But if it's 0 after 2, with a lineup with that much experience, I mean, that's a big shocker. But let's look at any other shockers in the points collected in this round.
Here we go, as we have PBE setting the top record so far with 22 points in a round, whereas GE has been trailing in with a total of 7 eliminations, and even Esports have been able to acquire the same amount of takedowns, but that will be segregated by the placement points, of course. 13 points for GE, 11 for Esports, and Enigma with 9. And there's just points collected all across the board, of course, other than Myth as well as DQ, that will have to make adjustments in the upcoming game. But a lot of all these first timers coming into Group A is really showing us some really, really good stuff, especially for FRL. Look at that. Well, they only got 1 rank point, but 4 eliminations, that's a good hit start.
Well, and STE has 8. And who needs rank points, right? You just go in all in for eliminations and you'll be fine, right? You're still in the top 5. So that's not too shabby, I must say. For the more experienced teams like Playbook Esports, Justice Esports, taking back the number 1, number 2 spots, I mean, experience does play a part as well. So look at it overall. Okay, again, speaking about experience, Playbook Esports and GE up there.
Yeah, and they're only 3 points apart. PBE managed to actually overtake GE in this round itself, whereas Harami Bro, sure, they may not have been in the game in order to retain their number 1 spot. They are not too far apart, with perhaps slightly into the double digits to chase with 10 points against PBE. 21 for Akira is now tied with TQ after these rounds of play, whereas MFG will be safely securing themselves into the top 6. Meanwhile, of course, when we go down the block, everyone's within touching distance when it comes down to the points, all the way up till 14th spot of XQS. Of course, some of them have only played 1 round so far, such as the likes of FRL, APG, as well as FVE. So there's still plenty of chance for them to chase back up.
Yeah, like what you pointed, right? So the team's only 1 match, so we gotta give them the benefit of the doubt for sure. And some of the teams like only 2 rounds, like Austria. But yeah, it's kind of weird to see them down there. Not gonna lie, 0 all the way. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back after this 1 round break. And since we're gonna play another Erangel round, so they would have the time to look at how these other teams play and prepare themselves for the final Erangel for day 1.
That's right. And of course, so with that being said, up next is another Erangel match, but we will basically take a little bit of a dinner break so you guys can basically either order your food if you're really lazy to move out of home, or if you're already out there watching this stream, it's time to basically catch a good dinner break. And then when we do come back, we will definitely bring you the hottest action that Southeast Asia has to offer here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League.
Yeah, just like our theme today, right? Unleash the heat, they say. So yeah, it is hot. Outside the game, inside the game. And yeah, hopefully you get hot meals as well. So yeah, in a little bit more, we'll be making way for. Probably going to give a little bit more room this time for our players because at least within our region of Southeast Asia, I believe it is a prayer time for the Muslims. So we're going to give a little bit of a gap there, and also a little bit more time for the other teams to really, like what you said, have their meals. Probably a quick one before they come back for the following round.
Yeah. So far, things are looking really good in terms of power balance, but today, PH is dominating. But we'll see what happens after the break when everybody gets their recharge. Perhaps there will be a huge difference. So we'll catch you guys shortly.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
It's 3 maps done and 3 more to go here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. Day 1 between Southeast Asia. And my name's Contra. This is Sir Cloud. If you guys are just joining us right after dinner time, it's perfect because we still got so much more that these teams are fighting for. So Sir Cloud, we're back in action.
Yes, second half of the day, and out of the 3 chicken dinners, so far, 2 of them were taken by Filipino teams. So looking hot so far for the Filipinos here, including one of their most experienced teams, Playbook Esports. Just got away with the chicken dinner earlier on. But the team that's hot behind them is Genesis Esports, another team that has a lot of experience, even played at the global stage before. So can they keep up? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're definitely trying to give the chase all the way till the very end of the league. So now heading into match 4, we're going to be having Group A, C, D, as well as E, where Group B is going to be taking a break. So this is definitely going to alter a little bit more of the kind of circumstances of what Erangel is going to look like for the final time of tonight before we move into Miramar. I guess like some groups might be happy that, hey, we're not playing Miramar, so we don't have to play that long haul battle instead. So right now, we will still once again see the members of Group A trying to put more of these points that they missed out on that time about. Meanwhile, of course, without the presence of a lot of these hard-hitting Group B titans, I guess like this is a plenty of chance for teams like Enigma to play catch-up as well.
Well, the team that I really want to see in this round is going to be Austria Esports. 2 rounds, 0 points, where they have such an experienced lineup. It's a very unusual spot for them to be in down there. So if Austria Esports, man, guys, this is your moment to come back. This has to be the moment since you had that break and you had the time off to look at what other teams do inside of the same map. Austria Esports, come on, guys.
Yeah, Austria, we're still rooting for these guys out there. This team has so many event experiences, whether if it's online or even on ground itself. I believe that we did manage to catch a glimpse of them when they were in Malaysia recently for a recent tournament back in January, and they did so well. As a matter of fact, I believe they were within top 4, if I'm not mistaken, by the end of the run. So I guess like they're also playing the long hurdle at the same time. So day 1, if you fumble, it's still plenty of time to still race back to the top.
Well, but you guys don't fumble when you see this, because this is your opportunity to get this limited edition set thanks to Line. So this is currently still available inside the game, and you don't want to miss out this opportunity to buddy up for battle. That's going to be the theme for this, ladies and gentlemen. So the Line friends are here to stay for now, that is. Again, these are all up for a limited amount of time, so get it in-game right now. And to be exact, it's going to end in 3rd of March. That's like 5 days away, is it? Did I count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not where, like if you guys are big fans of all these cute cosmetics, you definitely don't want to miss this collaboration with Line Friends. So grab it before it goes off the store, because it might not make a return. So with that being said, I guess like we put our focus back into what we're here for, the competition between all these teams. So some of these players are basically playing this Southeast Asia tournament for the very first time. And honestly, I was very impressed on some of all these newer names of players from these newly joined teams from Myanmar, from Philippines, and also even FV have given me a couple of surprises today. So I think like we're really just getting started. Some of them are just feeling that tempo. Austria, I don't know if they feel the tempo just yet, but I know fans are just eager to see them succeed. So hopefully they do. But even if not, I guess like there's always a chance for another round.
Yeah, I mean, it's still day 1, right? We want to be positive about it. It's still day 1. They've only played 2 games, so there's plenty of games more for them to catch up. If this was the last day, and they're still at 0 points, I'll be very worried. I'll be very worried, not gonna lie. But it's day 1, so I think it's still fine.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think like it's definitely a learning procedure for not only the new teams that are on board, but also for those that might have played so many seasons, because you know these chances don't always come by. How many months of preparation does it take for you to eventually step on stage again? And then like even with all that form of planning, you think things are going to go perfectly in your favor? Never the case, because that's the form of unpredictability that this game actually gives all the players out there, which is what makes it exciting.
Yeah, I know, right? The unpredictability, like anything can happen in the round, like the circle, like what sort of weapons the players could use and all that. So there's a lot of things. And also, not only that, just to top it off, every round, well, pretty much almost every round, except for the first and second round, every day, we'll be seeing a new bunch of teams in the grouping. So that would change the dynamics as well. And that's where all the fun is, not knowing like what other teams might do, because you're talking about 16 teams. If one team changes the playstyle, like everyone else will be affected.
Yeah, I guess like that's where like that element of surprise really either make or break certain teams when it comes down to a situation. So adapting to the pace of the game, adapting to your surroundings, your opponent's gameplay, and also making your opponents adapt to it is how you want to basically play it, all of this out. So it definitely is very interesting to see how much this region has grown within these couple of seasons, even before the emergence of this brand new newly revamped system for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, where they finally get the spotlight that they deserve. And I tell you this, the quality has been sky high.
Yeah, just like the quality of our graphics as well. I got to shout out to production. Let's not forget about them. I really like the moving wallpaper behind. I think it's really cool, especially you're showcasing like all the popular weapons inside of PUBG Mobile. It's amazing stuff. But before we get on to our game, of course, gotta remind you guys again on what the map sequence is like, in case you just joined us. Maybe some of you just came back from work, you're catching on to this live stream. We started off in Sanhok, we played 2 Erangels before the break, and now we're on our last Erangel for today. That's match number 4. We'll be wrapping up the day with 2 Miramars, and yeah, we'll know who is number 1 by then.
Yep, and I think like there's still so much more that they could basically achieve right here when we move into all these upcoming days. So for all of you guys who are big fans of your favorite team, not to worry, I'm pretty sure that they'll find their way out. So right now, of course, for those of you guys who are new to this system, all these points are tabulated to the end of the week, and then we'll see who will be the leader of the pack. And the more points that they accumulate, the bigger the chance of them qualifying into the finals, where eventually when they play the finals, we use the same format of the system to determine who will be the champions of the PMCL.
Yeah, who will be taking home majority of the prize pool and also the ticket to PMGO. That's going to be a big one as well, because there's not only about the prize pool if you go to PMGO, obviously, it's also about the international exposure. You'll be playing with some of the best teams in the world too, so that's something to look at. Now, just to remind everyone, speaking about prize pool, the league prize pool is $27,900 up for grabs.
27,900. So like previously we've been saying like, oh, that was a big number, but actually this is the real number, guys. So you got 27.9k, make it 28 if you will, because like all these teams are also getting all these bonuses on top. So it's basically a whole lot of money. I mean, if you basically get theoretically say 1 chicken dinner per day, that makes them like what, $500 richer in a week? That's a lot of money.
Yes, extra money, and that's we're talking about like the best case scenario, like in per day. So yeah, a lot here up for grabs, and not only teams, rewards for teams, but for individuals as well. Obviously, for Terminator of the Week, $150 is it's for a single person. So yeah, that is definitely something to look forward for, especially for all the entry fraggers out there.
Yep, and of course, for all of you guys who are hoping to eventually jump into the PUBG Mobile esports scene, this is what you guys could potentially get for yourself. So, of course, if put your friends all together, get some training done, and who knows, you might just be the next champions in the upcoming seasons. Of course, this season is running, so we're here to witness the glitz and glory of all the teams out on board. So, of course, if you guys are rooting from either the Philippines, Myanmar, Singapore, or anywhere else in the world, make sure you guys, of course, not only cheer for your favorite team, but all the amazing performances that you guys will see from your favorites from all these squads.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we want to see all the amazing stuff, right? So yeah, for you guys out there, continue to cheer for your favorite team in the comment section as well. Yeah, let's not forget about audience watching this. Continue to cheer for your team in the comment section, because that could bring them like the fifth man, sixth man sort of energy to the team. So that is something that you never know, you never know if the teams would come out and read your chat, during the break time, or maybe by the end of the day, and that could empower them for the next day or even the next round.
Yeah, so, on that note, don't say nasty stuff as well. We got our admins watching, and you don't want to be banned from the chat, okay, guys? So make sure you guys behave yourselves. Well, of course, you guys can get a little bit rowdy now with a little bit of banter just for fun, but like, when we do move into the next 3 games, yeah, you can expect all of them to go all out. So when we look into this list of teams as well as players, to me, like, as a caster, right, we've done so many of all these seasons. We've seen them grow. We've seen certain players even moving different teams. Like, it really is really about telling the story of these guys on the struggles, the hardship of how they need to fight day in, day out in order to be the very best in what they do. And I think like that's something to be celebrated for. Even if they don't walk away as number one, I mean, you see some of these teams really growing every step of the way. Some, of course, have their own downfalls, but it's always about how they bounce back up. So I guess like that is just, I don't even want to call it word of wisdom or anything like that, but like hopefully if they do listen to this, it will motivate them to eventually, for those new players who wants to join in, I think it's a really good time to jump into the scene. And for those that are still fighting, make yourselves known in the global stage.
Yeah, just like some people who sometimes they like to make themselves known, but not really. But we're going to make it known anyway. Like the Min for PUBG Mobile, just saying, his name is Brian Lim. He doesn't want to let himself be known, but he somehow still wants to let himself be known.
Why?
So I don't know, man. Sometimes I'm confused. But anyway, if you guys were to do something naughty in the chat, right? Our Min will be the one to tap onto the hand. I don't know how to put it, right? Like tap on the hand, like don't do this. Like Min's watching.
I like how he just basically exposed who this guy is, but you guys don't really know where to find him. But what you guys can do is teach our admin a little bit of Tagalog, if you will. Like, I guess like he'll definitely have a whole lot of fun in the chat. So other than that, if you guys are from Cambodia or Myanmar, of course, feel free, of course, drop your utmost support for all of the teams out there. And I think like, we're just basically getting warmed up here in day one. I'm hoping to see something to happen in this PMCL, which is for some of all these Singaporean teams to finally make a big splash in this PMCL, because they had their fair share of struggles, and we do understand why, because of the ecosystem of the scene there. They need a proper infrastructure, and I think this itself gives them that spotlight, gives them all the chances to really focus on becoming pro if they would be able to strive from here. And of course, livelihood of some people. Not all the players are full-time gamers. Some of them are working adults as well, where they spend this fixed amount of time. Okay, right afterward, let's focus on this. So, to me, hats off, respect to those who grind hard.
Yeah, and well, I mean, one of the testaments is that an investment from APG is into the Singaporean region, so that is a sign as well. But let's see if all that can bring them the momentum, the mojo to play in our final Erangel for today, match number 4. Here we go.
And this is without the presence of Group B. So I guess like a lot of heavy hitters are now taking a little bit of a dinner break, whereas we do welcome, of course, plenty of different type of clashes that we're going to be getting. You know, last match, we've already gotten that Southern flight. Now, this is going to be a very, very beautiful flight that cuts directly from the east to the west, heading directly into Liverpool. So I think majority of all these players, they should be able to get to any part of the map that they're willing to take. So if GE is still playing, it's just a little bit stretched to Novo.
Yes, and GE is playing. But I don't know if they go back to Novo though. I have a feeling that they'll go back to Rosal. Yeah, they're heading towards Rosal. That's their home ground. So they're back there. And the last time we saw Rosal, like no other team is challenging Rosal at all. So they're gonna get that space for themselves. Pachinki was empty in the previous round too, but this time Harame and Bros are playing, so we can expect them to return to their home ground instead of Pachinki. Flight path does favor them, so they're going to drop straight in.
Yeah, this is what I really do like about all these veteran teams, right? They have that experience and the wealth of knowledge on taking on the center stage. But the moment that they drop into the center, this is going to be a big round to close off our Erangel bout, because this is currently split, whether it's the mainland or the island. I think there is a very good chance that it can land over on the southern side. What say you?
I'd like to see that. I'm a big fan of military base circle, and even better the fact that now like no one drops straight into military base, so that's an opportunity. But speaking about opportunities, looks like we got some action happening on screen, and I believe it's GE. Perhaps they are the ones in the first split.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Westy taking one down, and it's not just one actually. He took down two.
Ah.
From who exactly? I gotta find out, because he's the member that dropped a little bit further from the township of Rosop into the water town, some may say. And he gets this pickup so quickly, and I do believe it's from Fearless Esports. So
yeah, I would
it's a rough start.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the answer there. And I do believe that this area is still kind of part of Rosok. I would still consider it to be that. And Rosok is their home ground, so you do not mess with the team that drops in Rosok, doesn't let go of it regardless. I remember back then in the PMSL, they were challenged by Boom in Rosal. And then at some point they're like, okay, Boom just let them have Rosal just because of how GE just doesn't want to let go of it. So yeah, it just shows that why they really want Rosal, because they're such a master of it.
Yeah, to me, like even when I started playing PUBG PC before I go into mobile, and that itself is my favorite CD for very good reasons, right? You got good control over the mid sector, you can rotate towards the north easily, and even if the circle closes within that area, there's many ways that you could basically take fights as well as play defensive in that ground. Although it's being separated by a stretch of a street, right? Like, there's still plenty of ways that you could still play very aggressively or even very passively.
Wow, look at this. Renzo putting pressure back onto GE. Bernard knocks down a Neo. So that's going to be one down. Renzo can't secure any more knocks. GE should be able to recover themselves back as a 4. And yes, they will. They're A-OK for now. At least they got information that Renzo is in that direction. So they might want to give a little bit more focus there. But the fact that Renzo moved away, so that's going to be A-OK for GE now. Renzo's the last man anyway.
Yeah, I like that he also takes precaution of his surroundings so much that even if he sees one vehicle by the street, it's like, nah, these teams can't have it. I'll pop their tires. I will do whatever I can so I can hold anybody whether if they're chasing me or not. So Ranzer, he has been playing for a couple of seasons in different teams already, and it's also good to see him basically join a brand new organization in order to play with a group of new talents as well. A lot of them, the faces we have not seen before.
Yeah, I guess I don't honestly. When was the last time we saw him? Probably in the last PMPL wildcard. So that has been quite a while. Same goes for a couple of these other teams as well. So naturally, movement of players in and out, and yeah. But most importantly, they're still in the scene. And if they're not, I hope that they do have plans for themselves, because sometimes you gotta look like beyond just playing, right? Like, what do you do after playing or after retiring, or if unfortunately you don't get another new team to be playing at a bigger stage?
Yeah, and for opportunities like this, if you can join a new squad or so, sometimes it's really great that you basically take all these open doors opportunities. Oh my, Skyden, we're getting something in return from another sector of the city. While we move over to the port, this is a rare sight to actually see teams to battle so early on at the port.
Yeah, and I guess it's because of the circle, right? Like, the circle is still like 50-50 between the main peninsula and the mid to the base. So they want to get as close as possible to the edge. So in case the circle shifts anywhere, they're still able to get across as soon as possible. But for Exquisite and Harame Bros, they have to settle the score. They cannot go swimming when either side is still around.
You know what would be funny and awkward at the same time? If Range decides to destroy that boat, so nobody gets that boat instead. So I don't think that is going to be the game plan, because Harame Bro, they're also hoping to win this fight, that to eventually get their way across if they need to. But Range, he may actually sniff out a little bit of danger in the waters as one is swimming right underneath. So he's going to prime that grenade just in case if he tries to climb his way up. And yes, it does connect, but it won't be able to actually get the knock. Lupa Boy getting taken down eventually as the pushes come through from Federalis.
Oh, knocked in the water. That's not a good sign there. Harame Bros having the upper hand right now. Got blanks together with Nathan, the other two active members of Exquisite. Lufa swimming towards Nathan. Not sure if we can save him in time, because we can see based on the minimap, the rest of Harame Bros, they are enclosing onto Exquisite.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough pincer attack coming in from Harame Bros, where I'm not sure if they will be able to sustain the damage to be done, because XQS, they're getting cornered up, and there's not much defensive play that they can go for. But Ian, he's still trying to trade right back. Now Masu cut back towards the shore and eventually finds Ammon. Beautiful play coming from Nathan.
Yeah, fighting back teams. Lufa is back up as well. Nathan opening up the space. Lufa's on the left healing up, and he's A-OK now. Federalist on his knees. The rest of the pros will need to save him.
Harame Bros, they don't really have much utilities in order to heal up. Most of the first aids is actually in the hands of Kaler. But Federalis still have a little bit for himself to just basically boost his HP bars back up. This fight is going to be quite devastating if they prolong it, because the longer they wait, more teams might actually visit the port as well. Speaking of which, Esports, coming from far range, they might just be lurking around to launch an attack as well.
Well, looks like the circle is still very tricky, but look at the amount of teams on the south side of military base entering. Oh, this is bad news for them. Very, very unlucky for them to make that rotation. Now then we have to make that way up again.
Oh boy. And with that said, it's even more important if they are willing to battle for that boat. Meanwhile, Neon, he tries to cut across, but will be spotted up by Naughty Boy. Exquisite Esports down and out, only taking 1 point in this game, as they got turned by both I as well as Harame Bro.
Such a naughty boy he is. But his teammates won't say the same. Already got 2 elimination points. Still somewhat by the edge. of this port on the outside of the circle still. So I guess they need to move further left just to be safe.
Yeah. Overall, you could keep all the puns running for days, and I'll join you on that. Now I'm looking at the lines right now. Seems like GE is on an absolute fire with the 3-pointer start. TQ, they're holding on to the high grounds really well, whereas there are teams that may be cutting back into the corners of Pachinki, which is why they are always on the lookout. This is the prime spot in order to gatekeep anybody that's coming right in. But they're going on the chase. They spot one coming in from mid, and they're hoping to take this battle head on.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage. But I guess the opponents are just too far. But we move back over to the middle section of the circle. We got SDG here, newbie, prepping up his nade. Tossing on to the other side. This is on the area of Milta. So looks like the Milta fight's happening here, and STE might need to win this fight before they're able to move into the circle.
Yeah, and speaking of which, newbie, he's just basically going on foot in order to get a better glimpse of these members of 214 Akira that has rejoined the match. They did take a little bit of a break, as 214 Akira now swarming into the gas station. Rankit is definitely ready to pounce, but with the blue zone coming in, he may actually think twice, because it's not really worth it if they were to be knocked out on the blue zone instead. So plenty of area of play, but it's gonna be a member of Austria that's gonna be lurking around still. I'm just trying to see whether his name is Red Bull or what. Yeah, I think it's Red Bull. It's a 2-3-U. All kinds of names nowadays.
Well, what I see right now is a circle entirely on the main peninsula. So everyone from the military base needs to move up. That's not going to be looking good for them. Ferdinand is still on the outside. Finishes off one out of Austria. There's going to be a loot there, but naughty boy, you're a bad boy, because the boss is here to put you back in place.
Yep, the HR department has just arrived and is like, okay, the boss wants to hand the letter directly. So Koopa is going to be able to get one more back for Enigma, but we'll still have to deal with Sizak, which is trying to actually flee the scene. Oh, that's not really good timing. He's trying to make a run for it. We'll be caught out by Coca-Cola.
Not too sure what happened there. Did he run out of gas or something? Because that's a very odd spot to stop, honestly. Like, you could just went all the way, right?
I think like he did notice, like, okay, there's not much breathing space even if I drive away, because that UAV definitely needs a little bit more of a speed pickup before he could basically flee off. Oh, exchange of nades coming through. Scotty! Oh, barely surviving that. More and more nades tossed right into the compound as the rest of Dread Esports are just basically farming the rest of Stranger Esports.
Oh,
Finds the shot perfectly in time as each of them tries to heal up. Yashi is going for the invade, but he won't be knocked down just by the corner of his foot.
And Miner receiving major damage on the outside. We got more here. DBS gameplay dancing around from the inside. Can't get a good clear shot of his opponent. Moves on to the outside. He sees one shot fired. He gets one. Can he get a second one? Yes, he will. Moy is the savior of his team. And now Holy Landu will be revived.
Ridiculous precision on that shot. And that distance, we saw it was a mid-range shot that clipped onto the further target, and then quickly goes in for that repeat in order to secure that ace. My goodness, this is just getting rowdier and rowdier as we speak. MFG wants to take on the rest of TQ. More and more of these nades being thrown right in as they are having a little bit of a brawl. And this is the perfect spot for the DBS to come into effect again. Mewtwo is going to do a little bit of damage, but he will be brought down to his knees as well. The rest of TQ holding on with 3 members still intact. This push is not working out so well for MFG.
Fang. What a good shot there. And all of his teammates will be revived. Gotta do it quick because there are a couple of teams on the outside of the circle looking to come in. But he should have enough time to revive all of them.
Oh, that really was a close call, though. I mean, it really could have gone sideways for them in that form of an invade. They managed to defend it all so well. But as we look at the update, Harami Bros have finally arrived from one port to the other, as there is going to be Dread Esports waiting on the wings. And they are kind of stuck right underneath that cove, so it's not really the best side. Skynet now getting pinned down. Ostja, 12th position, still a rough run for the Cambodian side. 2-1 for Akira now, continues on the fight against GOT7. As GOT7 tries to actually struggle themselves across, but 2-1 for Akira. They're holding on just fine. So this push coming into effect isn't all too effective, especially now Rankit has an MG tree in hand. They're definitely gonna put in some damage.
Well, Rankit, the man, has put up a performance right now because he got to take down 3 players from GOT7. Can he do it all alone? This will be the big question mark here. Nate toss out onto the other side, but no casualties from that. H2R taken out, and unfortunately, he's out as well. So that is the end for 2-1 for Akira.
Great wraparound from the side of GOT7. And that is pretty much a clean fight. At first, it was some good exchanges, and now here comes Enigma. They want to join in the party, but immediately getting knocked out by Amura's grenade. Beautifully cooked up. Here comes Enigma with Capsule Lock tossing one to exchange. But I don't think that they're going to be able to flush them out. This is a bad spot for Enigma to be at.
Well, Koopa right now on his knees. Enigma 3 players against 4 from GOT7. Opening up the space right now by going up to the high ground, being shot at. XZXY, gotta be careful not to overextend himself.
As they basically call for a truce for the fight moment. GOT7 has XZXY. Still finding the mark against Coca-Cola, as Coca-Cola barely breathing right there. That peak angle, absolutely dangerous. Capslock only trying with the PP buys, but that is a difficult angle for him to work up the hill. And now they are playing at the low ground, not really getting too much of the vision all across the members of GOT7. So they are looking to bail because there's no point in staying any longer.
Amura gets into the building. Time to reset himself. He's almost out of ammo, so time to reload. At the same time, the rest of GOT7 locking down each other. Enigma, the back as a 4, so they managed to save their teammates. So this is going to be quite a standoff, but that could change in about 15 more seconds once the zone closes.
Mura for D so far dealing a lot of damage throughout this course of the match. And now when we look into the top 10, every team out here has been able to enlist themselves into some sort of a scuffle. Fearless Esports, unfortunately, does not really walk away with much. Whereas Smith, they have not secured any form of points in terms of elimination, but they are in a very steady spacing, but they are going on a very peculiar composition where they are splitting 2 by 2, taking those small huts. So eventually when the teams do move in, I'm not sure if that's going to spell doom for them, or will that be that perfect plan of a gameplay that they're going for?
Well, definitely at some point they have to rendezvous with each other, so it's just a matter of time, I believe. But looking over the elimination feed, one of the members of Flash Vision knocked down. Zero comes in. Looks like see you soon. Will be in position right now, taking over the spot where FVE was at. But now they have to make a plan on how to get into the circle. They're going to come in a little bit later. That also means that other teams are prepared for them within it.
Well, see you soon, Tiger KE. Has already got their vehicle pretty much in the smokes. Kaler struggling to actually get out of there, as the rest of Dread Esports, they might be looking to save themselves. Holy Lanju trying to go in for the quick pickup as the damage has been done. So that leaves a little bit of opening space for Harami Pro and Kaler to strike them all down. What a cheeky angle from the water. And they think that he was shark bait. No, he was the predator instead.
Yeah, man. I mean, they wouldn't have known that he was in the water that time. That was a big surprise that came in from Kayla from behind. And just like that, they eliminated another team. And now his teammate, together with him, with the Rallis, they have vehicles. They have a decent amount of supplies, so they should be able to.
Now moving on to the side of Flash Vision, trying to actually hold onto the compound.
No!
Just absolutely detonates them. Oh, what a golden opportunity they took right there and then. A weakened vehicle, and that is just basically a pot of gold for Shroud.
Yeah, you talked about the 2-2 split. Well, they're showing that it's a worthwhile strategy. They're able to take care of themselves playing as a duo from each side. But that might change later when we move on to stage 6 or stage 7, where the circle is kind of small enough. So that's why we see them get together again.
Yeah, and they would be able to manage to find a little bit more because Harame Bro need to find a way to cut across. And the problem is, Harame Bro, they came in by the water, so there is no vehicles for them to work with. They have to go on foot from every step of the way. So definitely the chances are not looking all too good for Harame Bro. Meanwhile, GE feeling very comfortable, still 4-man strong, 6 points on the block. Got 7 on the cross of Popeye. DP28 not really hitting the mark so far.
Ooh, DP not hitting it. So good for the other side. Was safe now on his vehicle, but he's retreating back to his teammate. Okay, repositioning himself to the high ground instead. But by being in this position, it's very likely that the circle will not be on spot. And then yes, the circle did move away. And look who's in the middle of the circle. And it's Esports.
Master Ichi being knocked down. GE maybe in the center of it all, but that basically draws the attention of everybody on board, especially GOT7, who's the closest one, as they basically need to brute force their way into those shacks. These are the only few protection areas that's still remaining, and basically GE still has that advantage of a defense. But offense-wise, it's definitely looking a little bit daunting, where Myth, with this split strat, is really holding down the line. They're not really letting Harame Bro any footsteps forward.
Same goes for Flash Vision as well. Locked in because of the split. So let's see how they're going to overcome this. I mean, time's not on their side because right now the blue is closing in. Flash Vision on their buggies, moving in. Mr. Tay knocked out by the fun. Shroud gets one for himself as well. Flash Vision, only one player left.
My, Myth. They're really cooking up some dark technology strats here. And it has worked all too well. Federales goes in for the jump shot. Will be exchanged, and there's still one more inside.
Yo!
And Joseph gets taken out. But it won't be the save of the century. Harame Bros. They try as they may, but Myth remains to be undeterred, as they will still get those revives through.
Man, that save from across downtown, that was amazing. That was great precision. And because of that, now they'll be back up on all fours. Amazing stuff there, coming in from the other side, supporting each other. What a good line of sight that they've set them up for. And now, look over at the high ground. We got Fern here. Chris is on his knees. One nade onto Stave. Lucky enough, he's still A-okay. But can't say the same right now as he's still knocked down by Shroud.
Huge teamwork play that we've seen so far from every team that's on board. Now hitting into the top 3. Anybody can win this one out, as every team that's on board has 4 players remaining. And now, great angle coming from Fern. Tries to take on Small, but he gets into the vehicle just in the nick of time. Trade backs coming in from Myth as well. TQ have to play this one slowly. I mean, they got ample space to work with. They are in no rush whatsoever to basically make amends. So Popeye continues to lock onto the side of GE. Westy just making sure that they do not proceed any further down, or else there will be a fight breaking loose. And it seems like the rest of TQ, they really want to expand their wings a little bit more, controlling about 25% of the map.
Right now, stage 7 is upon the team. 3 more seconds to go. Everyone's keeping an eye on each other. Everyone's gathering information. Circle went up to high ground where TQ is at. GE, part of them, still within the circle so they can still get together. But for Myth, not in the circle at all. This will be the biggest challenge for Myth.
And the trouble is none of these teams on the outskirts really do have much vehicle options to work with. So Smile takes advantage of this by just pushing forward. Look at Smile's position. He's basically cornering down the rest of Myth over onto the southern side. Whereas TQ is doing exactly the same from another angle. Save now will really have to hold it out by himself. He's got that DBS prepared. Giving warning shots towards the side of Shroud into the smoke. And damage being done. Devon out of the scene. And there's still 3 more to play out.
Oh, no space for Myth to move at all. Davine is still alright. It's still alright, okay. But for Shroud, how is he gonna get across right now? GE making their moves. Inside the blue is closing. Still have stage 8, ladies and gentlemen. TQ is still the king of the hill for now.
Huge points accrued from both ends of GE as well as Myth. It's a lot to work on for the side of TQ in order to the maximum points. But Westy, he's just trying to deny TQ from getting anything done from the top end of the hill. So it's a little bit of a waiting game to see who really commits first, because the team that will remain idle will basically get that advantage by the end of it all. So tough situation for both sides. And Murnat Boy with the MG3 just shreds Popeye to parts.
Ooh, Popeye not able to get out of that situation at all. And the stay from Murnat should finish him off. But for Murnat, he'll be able to focus on the other members of TQ right now on the left side. Smile gathering information. His on his knees. Smile will secure that point.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Smile. He was soaking a little bit of that aggression early on, and once he does get that space, he basically ensures that he gets those points back. Smile getting caught out, and Fern has been watching a long time. And Burnout Boy out in the open as well. Double TQ showing up strong. And that is the hopes and dreams of a chicken dinner. Perhaps one from the hands of GE.
Man, 2 knocks back to back for Fern from TQ. Can he get more out of this? Now GE, who had the best chance of getting a chicken dinner now on equal terms with the other teams. West together with Ichi, still alive. But let's not forget about Myth as well. They have 2 active players. We've got Joseph and Shroud. Let's see what they can do. They are within the circle. Now GE is the only team without it.
Even without the circle right now, they could still basically pick off this fight. If they can clear off those members of TQ, then they have that opening window to approach the circle. But it will definitely take a little bit more time, and time is ticking right now. 10 seconds before the next zone appears. And this is going to be a shrinking all the way into the open fields. It's so difficult to play this one out. But thankfully for the side of TQ, they still have a couple of smokes that they can banish for the time being. Myth going with the far widespread approach as compared to GE, who was hoping to hug tight along their teammates to bring home a chicken dinner. So even the way that these teams play out, and they absolutely understand this terrain so well.
All right. And speaking about wellness, GE, well and okay within the circle. 2 of them managed to slide into it. They're A-okay now. But next stage is going to be stage 9. It's going to close entirely. It's going to be the big one for all these teams. Who will get the chicken dinner? Based on the position, I kind of like TQ's position for now just because of how they position themselves on the high ground with that elevation. It should give them a slight advantage against the other 2 teams.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not can they basically utilize it into full effect. Stage 9 coming into a close, and everybody will be drawn directly to the middle. So this is the final hurrah for that chicken dinner. They slowly approach this with caution. None of them wants to reveal their location just yet. They have a little bit of a rough idea though. Joseph catches Westy out! There's only 1 member left for the side of GE. And things aren't looking good anymore.
Yeah, West is a little bit too far from his teammate, so not too sure if he can be saved. But no aggressive moves yet from any side. Save is on his vehicle. Okay, probably he's gonna go for it. There you go, West, take it out of the game. Ichi is gonna be the last man standing for GE. Save is gonna go into the smoke, but nobody is there. Not able to run his opponent now. Save could be in trouble instead. Save! Oh, it's knocking it down.
He took a gamble by taking that vehicle to try to run members across, but it still brought one more back because he knows that the final member of GE is there.
Oh.
But that will lead to the demise, and it is the quarter that will get another chicken dinner in the bag.
Myth Clan it is, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph, the Fun, Daisy, and Shroud to take home the 4th chicken dinner for today. So now it is 2 chicken dinners for the Filipinos and 2 for the Cambodians.
I felt bad about my wrong call because it looked so close to me. But Myth, you know, they started off the day a little bit later because they skipped Sanhok, they skipped the first round of Erangel, and this is basically the team that really packs a punch, packs a surprise, leading in from Group A. So I wonder where will this put them, because they really showed us some brilliant strategies. That 2-2 split, which I question, brought them 8 points by the Bay, and then eventually they walked into the circle without all too much of all these vehicles or so, but they fought every step of the way in order to secure this chicken dinner.
Yeah, let's check out the best moments from the previous round. I must say, this round, the circle is absolutely unkind. Although it did not go down to the military base, but there were a lot of teams who got caught out. A lot of teams went down to the southern side of the military base, parked themselves there just for the circle to go up to the main peninsula instead.
Yeah, it was so rough where, you know, some of these players were left stranded in no man's land, and they have to take the boats. They have to basically go on foot for most of the journey, which is why, like, this is by far the most challenging Erangel match that we've seen so far. And then we have huge plays like this from Fred Esports and many more to go. MFG is also a team that has been able to really show really good team fights into these close compound, but this time they bit off too much more than they could chew against TQ, and TQ was basically one member away from falling through, and look at how far they went. Top 2, and then there was this play by Myth. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, if you kind of think about it, like Myth, they were on the lower ground, but they somehow could still land those shots onto especially TQ, who had the high ground advantage. This 2-2 split worked out so well for them. Just got to relive this moment again. Look at this. Kayla taken out by the members of Myth Clan on the other side. And it's because of that they managed to get this chicken dinner. That was pretty much the start of it. If it went the other way around, then we wouldn't be seeing them taking home this round.
And here we have the MVP of the match, 4 points secured by Master Smile. He's been putting in some solid damage out there. He could have possibly got 6, and on top of that, look at the amount of assists that he provides for Genesis Esports is due to his help that they've managed to achieve the most amount of eliminations in this match despite GE bowing out.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I mean, with this performance, as compared to PBE's mid-game elimination, it is possible that GE will overtake Playboy Esports after this round. So we got to tabulate the scores later on. And of course, one of the key players for GE has to be Smile. The IGL himself is able to frag, he's able to be the IGL. I mean, that's a perfect MVP there. But we cannot take away the MVP, or I would say the chicken dinner winners in this round. That is a Myth Clan.
That's right. They've definitely shown up really strong with the way that they've been able to maneuver around the map, and also showing us how the teamwork can actually make dreams work overall, where you just look at the amount of eliminations that they accrued. They started from 0, by the way, and then from that cove play that around the Bay, they just keep shutting out teams like FV, teams like Karami Bro, and then everyone else in that matchup in particular. So kudos to them. First of many of Myth Clan's chicken dinner that we can foresee to come.
Yeah, and here are overall stats from the previous round. So 63 total eliminations. That means one player got taken out by the zone instead. And 325 globals used, pretty standard for a map of this size. It has to be around the range of 300. So yeah, so that's a-okay, I must say. Other than that, I think based on the stats, nothing too unusual. Even airdrop is only one. I guess the teams didn't really have time just because of how scammy the circle was.
Yeah, and this is basically one of the rowdiest brawls that the teams have been enlisted to, because you look at the total revives, that's 23. That means fights after fights after fights that they have to take on and basically pull themselves back together. So, of course, that's a great way to close off our final Erangel of the day. So we'll be moving into Miramar, where we will be seeing a fresh new perspective of how teams will approach the biggest map of it all.
Yep, it's going to be a fresh new map for this tournament. So no expectations. We don't know where the clashes might be. Will there be challenges in certain hotspots, or how the teams will play? So that is something that we'll be keeping an eye on in the next round. And I believe the teams will be thinking about that as well. It's like, okay, we might have some sense based on our analysts, based on the scrims, but when it comes to the actual day, things could change.
Yeah, and any given moment, things could basically flip 180 or 360, whichever the direction goes. But, I think that a lot of all these teams have already practiced a lot in maps like Miramar, and some of them, of course, played competitively for so long to still understand the best approaches heading into this map. But, well, of course, to say the very least, like, we won't expect too many of all those early fights to begin with, but we'll get ourselves up to date with the match standings. Of course, we start with the match in particular. It was Myth that goes in with the maximum points of 23, while GE takes the most eliminations of 14 to bring it up to 19 points by the end of that round. Everybody out there gotten quite some substantial points out there, especially TQ, that have garnered a total of 13, got 7 with 9, 6 for both Harame Bro as well as STKE. And of course, we go down the list here with an average of 3-pointers out there. Unfortunately for 214 Akira this time around, they came back from a break. They didn't really get much done this time around.
Yeah, and a little bit of correction for myself earlier on. So Playbook Esports did not play this round. So with that sort of performance of GE, they'll obviously be on top right now. There you go, 51 points, opening up that gap against a TQ who has 35 points. Playbook Esports and Harame Bros did not play this round, so potentially they could overtake GE in the next round. We need to keep an eye on that. Other than that, Myth, after 2 rounds, they're the top 5 right now, thanks to that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and well, I really want to see what more can Myth provide, because if that one round skyrockets them into a top 5, what if they just get more rounds like that? Because the way that they play is very, very well coordinated, and I think like for Miramar as a map, it does award those coordinated attacks a little bit more. So I'll keep my eyes onto this team from Group A, whereas I think from the mid sector onwards, it's just going to be a little bit more of a flip-flop of whoever performs on each respective map in order to really shoot up ahead, because it's really touching distance between singular digits.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, right? It is still day one, right? Like there's still a lot of games left to go. So yeah, it could still change towards the end. But if you can open up a comfortable gap between yourself and everyone else by the end of the week, why not, right? Or maybe even by today, and then by tomorrow you'll be like, you can come in with the red carpet, you'll be the one that comes in with the big confidence. Everyone will be looking at you and maybe putting that mental warfare against the other teams to, like, don't mess with us, we're the number 1 team.
Yeah, and right now the number 1 is Genesis Esports, and just like the other seasons, they love to make a mark early on. And even if they do have a little bit of struggle, they always try to find that podium spot by the end of it. So this is them feeling slightly comfortable, but there's still more work to be done. But that work will come right after, because we will be getting ourselves a little bit of a short break before we go into an even hotter destination, and that is going to be Miramar.
Yeah, not only on the outside of the game, inside the game, and also the map itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on the first Miramar of this tournament. See you guys after this break.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more, where the heat turns up as we bring you 2 more maps to go with Miramar matches coming right up. It's Contra and Sir Cloudier accompanying you to the wee hours of the night in Southeast Asia. But if you're watching from everywhere else in the world, of course, tell us where you're from, as our teams are really putting up a show here in day 1.
Yeah, we got 2 teams from the Philippines and 2 teams from the Cambodia getting chicken dinners today. So MythClan just came off of the chicken dinner in our last Erangel for day number 1. And we have wrapped up that map. We are going into a fresh new map for this tournament. That is going to be Miramar up next.
That's right, and I'm really hoping to see all these long-range trades to come into effect, because early on we see so many of all these DBS shots everywhere from Sanhok all the way to Erangel. I won't promise that we won't see any more DBS, because players do have their own preferences. Heading into Miramar, I think like it is very advantageous to see really sharpshooters from mid to long distance for them to garner a lot more control in that vast valley of the Desert Dune.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see, right? Like what you say, you're looking for a long range and all that, but I'm also curious to see, will that be the strategy that will be deployed by these teams inside of the biggest map in competitive PUBG Mobile? But before we talk a little bit more about the map, these teams will be playing A, B, C, and E. So Group D will be taking a break this time, and we'll be allowing these other 4 groups to be playing. So Group D, they consist of Enigma, See You Soon, X Tiger KE, Genesis Esports, and Stranger Esports.
Yeah, and with that being said, some of the teams might feel a little bit more relief, right? Because you don't have Enigma around, you don't have GE, so they will feel like, okay, maybe this is gonna be a little bit less daunting in terms of firepower rates coming from the opposing squads. But no, I feel like this is just as scary, because you still have so many of all these names from Playbook Esports, as well as Yangon Galacticos, and of course, not forgetting Austria Esports. Now that there is a wider area of play, hopefully, you know, this is where they will be able to shine even brighter heading into the desert.
Yep, Austria Esports, looking at you guys to really pull off a performance here. So let's see if they can do that in a fresh new map. And I think that could be something that they are looking forward to switch up the map and hopefully switch up the mojo as well. And like what you said, the heavy hitters, especially like the Genesis Esports, is not playing in this round. That also opens up opportunity for teams like Harame Bros and Playbook Esports to overtake them in the overall charts.
Yeah, and of course, MythClan is definitely setting their tempo on a high. Out of a win, I think like from the way that they've actually played out their fights, I think they should be able to fare decently heading into Miramar as well. I mean, this is based on my assumption, because we have not seen any from a Miramar matchup. There might just be a little bit more of those team fights that can happen in those city contests. A few places to note for is like El Pozo to be one of it. And then Chumacera is always that hotspot for that early fight. A lot of people assume it's always not Picado. Like, a lot of people assume it's always Picado, but it's not always the case. And I think like this is a spot where Harame Bro would be able to basically get a firm grasp of if they do land there.
Yeah, and if Harame Bros can do that, then, well, they could potentially be number 1. But if they can get the chicken dinner with decent amount of eliminations, they should be there at number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, we also like to thank you so much for being together with us. And with that, we present to you this special offer of the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set with the first draw at only 10 UC.
Yeah, and of course, you might be able to land the full set as well with not only the Golden Dragon weapon, but also either the Empress or Emperor set that looks absolutely beautiful. You know, Year of the Dragon only comes by every 12 years. This, if you love dragons in particular, or you're born in the Year of the Dragon, you know, this is absolutely for you.
Yeah, and especially if you are an avid user of the MK14, even more so of a reason to get this as well. So don't miss out on this, because the offer is until 9th of March only. once it's over, well, it could be over. So you gotta keep an eye on this, okay? Don't really keep an eye on this. You gotta try it out right now. I mean, the first draw is only 10 UC. I'm sure everyone has 10 UC to spare.
Like, it doesn't really cost too much for bomb, so go ahead, try your chances at this, or maybe you're not too impressed by this set. There is also another offering for you, which is the Serpentine set. So that I guess like we'll let you guys know in a bit if you guys need to take a look at the graphics. But you know, we are getting ourselves ready for what's about to happen, the clash in the dunes of Miramar. So I really want to see how a lot of all these newer teams that just joined the PMCL actually fare with the veterans as well. I mean, if we basically tabulate how many newer faces versus the old ones, I think it's almost about 50% or even more heading into this PMCL. So this is why it makes it a little bit more exciting, where some of these teams are basically absolute unknowns to those who are veterans in the scene, but they are definitely putting up such a good fight, and this is why they are here in the PMCL.
Yeah, not gonna lie, there's a good amount of new names because of the respective regions of PMNC that allowed new names to come up. And the other reason also is because that there are a lot more slots for this country, since they don't mix with the PMSL teams anymore. So naturally, if you have only 4 countries but you have 20 slots in total, the distribution will be a little bit more bigger. So that's why we do see like new names individually, and also some new team names as well, opening up more space for new talent to showcase themselves. And who knows, we might see a new champion in the wildcard series that will be representing this region in the PMGO.
Yeah, and with that form of a sentiment as well, we really take a look at how far the esports circuit has expanded for this particular region of Southeast Asia, right? Like back then, it was basically playoffs. There's no leagues at all. You flop one day, you're out. Like that's how lethal this competition used to be. And sometimes, you know, teams really take time to warm up, and then eventually, when every other region is getting their own league, they only get it a little bit later, and it was only like what, 1 week or 2 weeks, give or take. And now you get that full circuit. They get to prepare so much better as compared to, I would argue, to say the rest of the world, because you look at the amount of quality as well as the amount of different nationalities that are basically present here in this Southeast Asia circuit is just equivalent to the PMSL or even other regions as well.
It is. Not gonna lie, in terms of quality, definitely these teams do put up a good show. I mean, just 4 rounds, and we've seen like a lot of good stuff happening, especially when in the previous round. Like we saw like a good openings, good strategy, and I think that's also because of like the teams have warmed up to each other, right? Like it takes a couple of rounds, and then you get to see that okay, teams start to warm with each other. They get comfortable with the lobby. They start to do things that are out of the box. The 2-2 split thingy, having a good line of sight thingy. Myth Clan looking at you guys, that was brilliant. And I think we can expect to see more teams doing this sort of stuff as we move along the rounds up until the end of the week.
Yeah, and I really want to see even more of all these creative plays, right? Because so far that was just one good display of how well you can basically coordinate attacks. So if all the other teams start to implement their own way of formula where they basically take team fights, it's going to be a really great notion for all these new players to actually learn, oh, so this is how all these people have been trashing me in these public lobbies, right? So now you understand, hey, you know, like these guys are the real deal when basically you go into some of all these really stacked rosters of lobbies. But pro play, of course, with these form of cohesion being set, it's always very tough for teams to actually crack defenses as well as very well coordinated attacks at the same time. And therefore, maybe, you know, your favorite team struggle for multiple reasons, and that's where, you know, strategy comes into play. The back end planning as well as, you know, the post-mortem of each respective match is always very, very important into getting yourselves in the right mentality for the next round.
Yeah, mentality plays a big role, of course. Adaptation plays a big role as well. Speaking about adaptation, I'm pretty sure whatever that we see today will probably be void by next week. By next week, you have like, okay, before next week starts, you have like the extra 2 days gap. Everyone takes a break, re-strategize. The coaches will come up with something, and then you will see something new coming in next week. You might see a change of drop spots even.
Yeah,
Don't be surprised after looking at some of the clashes early on today.
especially in Erangel, right? Like, it is a little bit too rowdy to my liking on certain areas, especially on like what the fights in. If I recall, it was the second map of Erangel where we get to see so many of all these teams in South George, and then like it was just basically random brawls till the death, where you don't want this to happen in the early game, or maybe certain teams actually do want it, which is why you go for the challenge. Like, I guess like the first meeting is always about establishment, right? Like, this spot is mine. Like, I will force you out, so you go ahead, take your hours to plan again, because my team's not doing that. But if you keep losing a back and forth, like, okay, in a day you got 3 Erangels, and then a team always choose to do this until somebody taps out, it is very, very costly on both ends.
It is. So early fights, I don't know. It has to be really, really calculative, right? Like, you have to know your win rate. So if, like, you're not a team that does well early on, you know, don't really want to take that risk. You don't want to play the rest of the round with like 2 players left or 1 player left, and all you can do by then is just to play for placement points. That is not the scenario that you want to put yourself in. So hence that's why a lot of teams, they just avoid it altogether, try to not play early fights. But let's see, because it's going to be the first Miramar in this tournament. Early fights, planned or forced, we'll find out soon.
That's right. As we hit into the 8x8 map, I think like one of the most important thing about getting themselves ready in this match is to locate all those vehicles, and then that's where the rest of the stash can come in, and the battle will come after stage 3 onwards. It's hard to tell, because we saw in one of these lobbies of Erangel, which we thought, hey, it's gonna be a little bit safe, but no. Some teams, they clash till there's already 4 teams bowing out by what, stage 1 before everything closes. Maybe it can happen again here in Miramar.
Well, let's see here. Keeping my eye on some of the hotspots, right? Picado is a hotspot, San Martin is a hotspot, Chumacera is a hotspot. I'll give like the top 3 there. And teams normally like to clash and try to take over those spots. Genesis Esports, as far as I remember, they normally like to drop it to San Martin. And again, if it was the PMSL, they will always fight with D-Xavier. And without D-Xavier here, I guess they'll be happy to have that spot for themselves. But looking over at the drop, I seems to be heading in the direction, but not sure if they're going to stop by.
Yeah, perhaps they might just do so. If there's another location that I missed out earlier, usually it will be Minas Generalis if it's going to be in the center. But with the first appearance of the circle, teams will be forced to play over onto the western region. So Monte Nivo as well as El Pozo is going to be the main city that these teams will visit. And speaking of which, we already have 2 teams inside of El Pozo. Yangon Galacticos typically will have actually dropped into that city for so many seasons already. So there is the new challenger in town for them to fend off.
Yep, here we go. We have an early fight, early knock here. Let's see what's going to happen. Keeping an eye on the mini screen for now. And on the bigger screen, Monte Nuevo, El Pozo will be some of the hot spots in this round at least. Just as Esports, they're not playing, so San Martin is open for APG. Looking over at the smaller screen, knockdown, 1 more to go it seems for that one particular team.
My. It's already an early scuffle over on the corners of Minas Generalis. And 2-1 for Akira. They at least get the better end of the trade by getting 2 points already in the back. And I'm not sure if the other squad will be able to actually salvage anything out of this, because MFG, they absolutely fought this fight. Now it's only Mewtwo left. So early in the game, Could you consider this to be over already for MFG?
I would say pretty much yes. I mean, there's something that we talked about earlier on, right? Like the early clash, like if you have a good win rate, that's fine. But if you don't, then you will put yourself in this situation where you have only one player, and what can he do? He can only play for placements. That is probably the best. You won't be seeing. You won't expect the person. I won't say it's impossible, but you won't expect the person to pop up with like 15 eliminations on his own. So placements is the best that he can go for now.
Yeah. In other words, running simulator, running and driving simulator. Or you could basically stay still at a certain spot. I mean, I'm just kidding, right? Because when you are playing competitively, you still want to look for those points. Like, you know, this is a bad round to start off. At least you could do is bring 1 or 2 points back, give or take. But Master Vape, he is all alone trying to heal up, and he might just be able to do so in time. Oh, yes, he does. Thankfully. Jashi missed the window of opportunity to actually clip him off at the back, but he does trail the footsteps, expecting him to basically come out here to play. But Master Vape is just dealing with not just one member, will be shredded to bits. So they make quick work out of him. So Dread Esports, they +1 to the chart.
Unfortunately, backup is nowhere to be found. So it became a 2v1, almost a 4v1 because the rest of Dread was on their way anyway. So looks like I is going to continue this round with 3 players. So for MFG, here we go. Mewtwo still circling around, ran into Renzer. But lucky enough, he has the health to still survive.
Yeah, for the moment at the very least. I mean, early scuffles like this are taking place because of the unfamiliarities. Even I struggle to actually pronounce it right now. Anyways, like with 3 members, still very much doable into the early stages, but they just gotta take caution that whenever they want to scout out a hit, they have to tread very, very lightly. And now, FV, right underneath the noses of Osja Esports, looking for the points, but it's gonna be FV that will be shredded from the back of the vehicle. Lucky enough, they managed to hop onto the vehicle and just basically make a sprint for it. They'll be safe for now. Osja, still no points to be seen.
Yeah, Osja. Okay, here we go. We have them on screen, so it looks like they're somewhere within the middle of the circle, so they should be okay. Especially with the spot that they're at, it's quite good, I must say. But that high ground, just above La Trilera, they'll be fine. But they just need to be careful of God7 now. Now that God7 is taking the high ground as well, so they could possibly overlook Osja. So there's something for them to be aware of.
Yeah, and that's the thing about moving into these areas early, right? Like, you gotta also know which other teams are gonna be around you, and with this being in the middle of the upcoming circle, there's bound to be more and more of these teams that are hoping to get that elevated POV. And with that said, I think like Osja Esports, they will not really fully commit onto just catching out whoever passes by Montenegro. I think like they are in a safe position where they could just chill out for the moment, get those loots up, because Montenegro offers a bunch of loots out there, and eventually be prepared for that late game battle if needed be. But I say that Red Bull, he's already facing off against some form of power pressure from the top end of the hill.
Yeah, top of the hill, having the oh, okay. Nang X is ready with an off angle, so that's a nice position that he has. At least he can keep God7 at bay, so they won't be able to go straight down onto their teammate. And yeah, just marking territories in this own way.
Yeah, what's really dangerous about this battle for God7 is that the moment that they have wear and tear towards their utilities, like the helmets as well as their vests, there's nowhere to actually pick up a brand new set because they're nowhere near the city. They barely even loot up. It's just stage 1, and they have to take these fights very, very slowly from that distance. And I don't think that they even see a glimpse of Asia Esports at that POV. I'm pretty sure that they are just as surprised as they were. So, FV, in the middle of the hills where they're currently situated, will eventually be met by Yangon Galacticos cutting nearby.
Okay, here we go. Yangon Galacticos gonna open up the fight with a flash vision. Nade by DZ. Ooh, big shot. Wait, where did the shot come from? That came from Chris from DQ.
What? So far away, we don't see him. Where exactly is Chris? Hello? I don't see him.
Yeah, definitely off screen, and because of that, okay, flash vision. They didn't really take advantage of it. Not too sure if they know that there's someone overlooking from afar, but anyway, no advantage taken. Yangon Galacticos will reset themselves, and we're back at the standoff.
Yeah, Shakir have to hold the front lines for now before the rest of YG basically march in from the other corner of the longhouse. Already being spotted out by a cute Loki as RF also taking the sniping position as well. Huge nade dropped in, and that will send one member of FV on the floor for the time being. Whereas they're going in for a try, and with this forward push, TZ, he sees him for only a slight bit. But from the top end, it's the arrows that will launch the attack, surprising the rest of YG.
Nice
Overwhelming
position.
them one after another.
Oh, nice position there by Eras, but now DZ knows where he is, goes up to the high ground, takes him down just with a simple spray. FVE now with RF and Mr. Tay. RF has 25, RF knocked out by DZ. One more to go. They're moving in. One knockdown onto DZ. A little bit of a trade there, not losing anyone, and Yangon Galacticos comes up clean.
Oh my word, that is a little bit too scary, but there's still pressure coming from the lower grounds. Oh, there we have it. But we're gonna move to another battle, as I believe that YG will find their way out there to be safe. YG, such a strong start, 5 points. Honestly, FV looked like they had a very solid chance, but there was a couple of all these small little quirks in that fight that didn't really put them into a prime spot to really take on that battle. And of course, the rest of YG rushed out. There was too many players to focus on, and eventually they crashed out. But the rest of XQS joins right in, blanks, dropping the grenade on a weakened side of YG, preying onto them. Where Cute Loki is bleeding out. I don't think he'll be safe, and blank secures that first pointer in for XQS for now. Exquisite. They're gonna find the angles though. Not too easy from this side.
Yeah, they're trying to surround their opponent. We can see their opening from the mini map. Like what you say, it's gonna be hard to get a good angle. While the players knock down, they actually finish off. Oh man, Gus actually finished off 4th row to support. So now without support, that's one angle off.
And that's also another tough way for them to approach, because that point was taken off from another team as well. So all the teams are crowded over the south side. No wonder there's so many fights going on, you know. I'll take back about, we're only gonna get fights on stage 3. I mean, this stage itself was already seeing so many casualties, as the rest are hoping to get themselves even a safe space to call their own. But MFG Mewtwo is already taken out, and that will be the end of MFG for this first round of Miramar.
Yeah, of all the teams, APG is the one being chilling at Power Grid. Like nobody's really going there at all. So, oh man, this will be insane if the circle actually moves towards the Power Grid area. Like everybody has to move.
Yeah, then Dread Esports can basically smile with grinning teeth shown to everyone, because they rotated a little bit late from the north side, and they now get that free passage. Sure, there's a few more teams that are not too far away near Power Grid or so, but with that late rotation, it gives them a little bit more of a decision-making power to take. But now finding Holy Lanju, whereas Esports he just missed that. And actually clip more. Back to the side of XQS as they take on Dread Esports. I say that they have the free access, but they still get clipped.
Speaking about Dread, Jashi got eliminated, so that is one out of Dread. Man, Dread only has 2 players left. Exquisite, 3 players. They lost 4th row earlier on, so now with 3 players, they're playing this a little bit closer to each other.
Just a little bit, as they're hoping to actually garner those early points. Oh, TZ! He was trying to actually cook up that nade, but he get caught out like this. Well, that was a really sharp angle coming in, and Liquid's name has been popping off the feed for the entirety of the time, and TTQ, they already add those 3 points up. Edward now lobbing into the window as TTQ gets one freebie. Big blow. Pure efficiency coming in from Edward.
Another nade coming in from Edward onto Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy forced to move out of the shack. Edward is chasing right now with the DBS, trying to get as close as possible. That is to make DBS effective. Romeo Boy finished off by Liquid. Young Gaticos out. And number 14 with 5 eliminations.
I just love the way they just basically pressure on YG. It wasn't just them. XQS did exactly the same. And eventually XQS decided to make a move. But they saw this golden opportunity on slightly weakened side of YG, and they basically took that golden opportunity. But now, take a look at this. Everybody's got to make a move if they're on the far west side or the south side. And it's going to be Harami Bros that does have the edge in this circle.
Well, Playbook Esports now 2 players left active. Take that 3 right now and mix it back up. Jero comes in for the other side. Jero! Nice flank that's shown by him. Playbook Esports playing with the manual of their own, taking out their opponent, taking this compound, but they need to get out of this because it's not within the circle. Renzer will be the next one waiting for them from this high ground.
And it's just so scary on how fast they strike like lightning. PBE, they need to make a move, and this might just be a sneaky catch coming from the side of Ranzer. See if he actually finds it though. Raimon drives by, crosses out in danger, but it does not really nail down onto either side of the unit of PBE just yet. Now Ranzer finds himself in trouble. And I think like this is a good play coming from PBE where they choose not to commit. They just leave Ranzer be because they have to all rotate off of this field. So stage 4, they will not have too much of an issue because like the next zone is just very, very close by, thankfully. And Ranzer, since he's pretty much alone, he wants to regroup with the team. So the rest of Fearless Esports should be able to play this out slowly.
Well, look at the minimap. Looks like PBE has somewhat of an interest against Ranzer and Cole. So let's see if they're going to go all in onto it. They still have the next local to the side though. But for Chris, no decision for him. He's on his knees right now.
Oh boy. Gus now taken out point blank. Very nasty shot as we see a little bit more of that commotion settling in over on the western side of the map on TTQ. As every TTQ members are basically all spread out with different kind of convoy of vehicles. Liquid so far putting up the damage, looking for Nang X. But he will be shot on the other side as Red Bull will claim his life for it. 4 points in for Asha as they bounce back into the game.
Yo, so far so good for Asha, but hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. We still got 11 more teams to go. So let's see how far they can survive in this round. Right now, Asha with the 4 points, doing okay, not bad.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, heading into this matchup, because of how tight this area of play, our certain teams did get a little bit too overheated when it comes down to the way that they take on those fights. TTQ is one, they move into Monte Univo, and then they find a really difficult spot to get out of it. Well, Yango Galacticos, I guess like whatever happens speaks for itself, but PBE now has got a tough hill to climb. I mean, Bomboy's not even trying to climb, he's just trying to keep himself alive right now. Ranzer, nades after grenades, will catch him out. Bomboy down. And now what can Ryman do? Because a little bit outreach for even Michi.
Yeah, even further bad news is that Circle moved away from these two teams. Playbook Esports now in trouble. Ranza still keeping an eye on the Mobile will be finished off. And Ranza, together with his teammates, locking Playbook Esports out.
Yeah, such a solid play coming from Fearless Esports. They're just basically guarding this one like their life depends on it. 9x gets one more point for the side of Austria Esports, making it 5. Currently the highest point from the surviving teams. Esports, despite having won, they got themselves 3 points already. Pozo, a new face into the PMCL. Try to really keep these members of PB committed.
And here we go. Both teams starting to make their move, including Playbook Esports. They're going to move on to the other side, onto the left side to be exact. Blanks knocked out by Adi Boy somewhere else. So looks like APG getting into a small skirmish as well.
APG having a very decent run so far with all their members still intact. Adik Boy getting that one going for him, but Exquisite Esports bit off a little bit too much more than to get you. And that will be a little bit more of a difficult task inside of this map for them. Michi now takes on Dan X. Only knockdown so far. And we'll further to just put them on the meat grinder right now as they're all stuck inside the shack. Now it's down to Red Bull. Oh, Raimon's just hiding inside the smoke. This should be an easy task for him to basically flush him out, but he steps out just in time. Bring a little bit of glimpse, but Red Bull still has 2 more grenades while his members are bleeding out.
Here we go. Nade for Red Bull forces Raimon to move. Now he knows exactly where Raimon is at. That simple spray coming from Red Bull will finish him off. That is it. Playbook Esports out there. Number 10, 6 elimination points, and Austria Esports is still in the game.
Austria Esports making up for their losses here with a solid 8-pointer. But it's still 9 more teams to fend off for the title of the chicken dinner though. So it's still a long way out there. Meanwhile, you got 5 squads with a full stack roster with them. I'm not sure how much does it require for Red Bull to survive into top 4 because he's in a tough spot as well. But what he pulled off right there definitely was a saving grace for the team.
One off angle onto the smoke, but nobody is there. Myth Clan, so far so good. They only have 1 player, Red Bull, to take care of, to lock out, and they should be okay for now. But that also means that they need to be prepared for stage 6. They need to use the time to start to plan the next move. That's going to be real important for them, and that's going to happen in about 10 more seconds.
While they take a very quick charge, I think they spot out where the final member of Austria is. But it's going to be very revealing if Esports attempt to actually go in for shots, and they already revealed themselves regardless. Thankfully, he runs into safety. Harami Bro going on the 2-2 split, basically taking control of majority of the compounds. Whatever you see over on the north side, it's not going to be all too safe for Anchor PUBG as well. APG, they got a little bit of safe space, but it seems like they will give up one of the compound to regroup over on the south side for Harami Bro.
Yeah, looks like they're going to take the south side, and that means that the team that is on the south side, which is Fearless now, they will be locked out. You gotta be careful if they want to go straight in or they want to look at other options. Not too sure. Do they have enough options right now? Because Circle is just that small. Wherever you turn, there will be another team.
Yeah, I think for Fearless, they're just going to be playing by the hillside for the time being. Whereas, trust me, it's in a predicament, right? Like, where do you go as a solo unit? You got to ensure that some of these guys from Myth budgets off first, maybe look for a kill, but Devon has been keeping his eyes on that corner of the wall. So he's just gonna wait till he claims this point. So I'm not sure if Trust Me is gonna be able to survive and tell the tale.
Yeah, lucky for him that the Devon doesn't have me. I think Trust Me with his trusty Scar L. Actually land a couple of shots, but not able to get a knockdown. Trust me. Retaliate with a nade. Back and he gets the one! My goodness! What an amazing shot by Trust Me!
And trust me, he claims himself a free vehicle as well. What a catch onto Devon! A clutch play. He was assaulted first and foremost, right? And then he's the one that retaliates and survives. Now back towards the side of Fearless as they're dealing with problems of their own. Getting invaded by the rest of Harami, bro, and this is not going to be an easy task for them. Kaler!
Kaler!
1-for-1 trade right now. Need you. Into the wall, but there's another two that arrived to the scene. Fearless Esports. A commendable play. Not enough to take out the champions of the Philippines.
Oh man, Harami, bro, still holding on to the compound strongly. IE Esports unfortunately out. Number 8. 7 more teams to go. We're at stage 6, moving to stage 7. We still have some teams, or more like some players on the outside of the circle. What's going to be eventful? The eventful area is going to be on the left side, it seems. APG stuck in this rut. Master Riggs knocked down, but Inside will be there to revive him.
Yeah, very tight space for them to work with as well. If they give any more room for Gret Esports, one grenade could basically flush them out as well. Not the best position for the side of APG, but they just have to make do for now because they can't afford to even go anywhere at all. Now, let's see where this one shifts off, because this will determine whether or not certain teams will be safe, or otherwise, Gret Esports will have to make their march in. Whereas Myth is going to be pressured by 3 teams, APG, Gret, as well as TQ.
Here we go, Rankit. Representing 214 Akira, keeping an eye onto them. They are on the other side, but they do not have the circle. 25 more seconds, and the zone will start to close. H2R, pretty pressure, tapping onto APG. APG pretty much stuck, nowhere to go, but at least they still have the circle.
They're going to be making advancements slowly but surely, right by the edges. At least they do have these vehicles. If it does close out into a flat ground terrain, these vehicles will be providing them really good use, whether you could basically run over other crawling opponents or so. But there is a safe enough spacing between all the teams at the moment. Moy slowly looking at the back, trying to look for TQ. Inside caught on fire! And he's just going to be slowly succumbing to all the flames, but thankfully his teammate is not too far away. Master Rakes goes ahead to just pick him up instantaneously. Whereas Gret Esports, now they can get to have an opening room to run across.
Oh, there you go! Jidna finally eliminated. It was a tough position for him anyway. APG still holding strongly, but now they do not have the circle. It's gonna be bad for them. No vehicle. And looking away at the utility, no smokes. So I don't know how they're gonna get out of this.
I'm not too sure how exactly, but APG, I just hope that other teams are being distracted from their current position, because there's really nothing much that can be done from there on. Harami bro have made the wise decision to move on to the south side, and now they gain that spacing, they gain those vision from top side of the roof, and Anchor PUBG, like we say, they were stuck, they have to fall to the play zone. Asia, next one to follow suit, but this is the best performance that we've seen coming in from the Cambodian squad with 8 total eliminations, and now the real battle begins with the top 3.
Oh yeah, you said it right. Circle move on to the middle. Everyone has to move. Army Bros keeping an eye on to 214 Akira. On the other side, there's Myth Clan. Now we could potentially see a double chicken dinner here. Unless Harami Bros has something to say about that. Range, tossing a nade onto the other side. This nade will not connect. He has only 1 frag grenade left. I wonder if he'll use it. He probably will. Might as well. But no, he's going to keep it for later.
Keeping it will be much better. Once it does shrink, there's little areas of play, and that's where you can have a higher chance of basically connecting that grenade in a smaller spacing. Whereas Myth, they don't really have to leave just yet, but once they do need to leave, I hope they have enough smokes to prepare themselves for the fight, because look at those flat grounds. It's so much more open wide as compared to where Akira is currently staying. They still have those terrains to work with from the outskirts at the very least to cut their way across. Myth, they're gonna have a little bit of trouble just escaping the wrath of both Harami Bro as well as 214A.
30 seconds till the zone closes, and we'll see stage 9 then. Harame Bros still trying to fend off 214 Akira, but lucky enough the terrain does favor 214 Akira. They do have enough cover to slide into the circle. As for Myth Clan, they might still be able to hold on to this compound.
Oh boy, I'm looking at Shroud just relying on bandages. They're really low on resources as well. How are they supposed to manage this? And with the zone shrinking in, oh, this is looking to be tough. Ah, boy. 214 Akira, they can basically push forward because they know that the rest of Myth Clan is just cordoned up. All these smokes being utilized very early. And look at that free space that Harame Bro's getting. They conquer 50% of the map.
Oh yeah, Harame Bros. They do have the advantage because they're on the other side of the road. That's why they can conquer this amount of percentage of the map. Taylor can now Shroud. Do they have enough time to revive that teammate? Probably not because the zone is closing in. Shroud will be taken over the zone. Joseph as well. Looks like Myth Clan fell apart. Now we have the Filipino finale.
And this is that derby that they've been looking for the entirety of the day. 214 Akira versus Harami Bro on an equal stance. Tree versus tree. Let's see who's going to be able to get it. Federal is taking control over the center with the last smoke game popped up. Taylor on the far end, duking it out. There's still plenty of nades coming in from the side of 214A. But once again, map control is crucial, and Harame Bro, they only have that 1% of an edge right now. None of them are willing to cross the street, and this is where they bring the engines to play. Trying to run across, and that's where Rankit tries to take matters in his own hand. His members are being shutted out, and Rankit is playing out to the zone. This looks bad, and Harame Bros will get their own chicken dinner in Miramar.
Wow, 3 out of 5 today goes to the Filipinos. Harame Bros takes home the first chicken dinner inside of the Miramar map. Range Federales, Kayla, and MM. Man, they even came close in one of those rounds, but this time it's not coming close. It's closing the game to get the chicken dinner.
I just love how tactical it went towards the tail end of our Miramar run. Like, we see like them assessing what are the circumstances, and 214 Akira really managed that well, right? Like, knowing that the first attack to be launched is definitely towards the direction of Myth Clan, and members of Harame Bro use that opportunity to also close in to also secure some of those points from Myth Clan, and then take on the rest of 214 Akira. I guess like it's really a matter of acquiring more of that spacing that gives him that edge, but down to pure skills with the tree versus tree as we go back to see a glimpse of brilliance of all the players on board.
Yeah, Harame will score 7 eliminations. Not the highest, but still it's a chicken dinner, so you can't complain about that. If we look over at this round, I guess it's also the current meta of teams don't really play the long range that much. We do see a lot more compound fights or a lot more nearer mid to, I would say short to mid-range fights as compared to like the long range fights, because it's not worth it to play the long range fights, because for the most part, teams who get the knock from afar are not able to secure the elimination points just because they can't land the second shot and their opponents can just crawl away.
Yeah, and I think like there's only a couple of instances where we did get a little bit more of that long range action with Osja, maybe trying to go in for those early tags, but that's kind of about it. But we did see some huge plays where Osja did manage to secure a top 4. Meanwhile, Fearless really put on quite the battle with Harame Bro, and that probably is the only challenge that Harame Bro had in this matchup so far. And then they go ahead to take home chicken dinner by the end of the run.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 7 eliminations, 1,000 8 total damage by Harame Bros. Not the highest, obviously, but that's also because of the amount of eliminations is not the highest as well. But because it's got the chicken dinner, that's 17 points, you really can't complain about it. And I think 17 points, it should still be the most points collected out of all the other teams in total.
That's right, and I think like there were a few teams that managed to hit like maybe 8 eliminations. I think Austria was 8, but doesn't matter when you don't have enough placement points because this guy basically stacked it upon with another 10 points on board. So that's a total of 17 for Harame Bro, which should confidently send them all the way back up.
Yeah, Harame Bros. To me, it's to a certain extent, it's a matter of time till they get to it, just because of how I've seen them play in the PMNC Philippines, and definitely they're a really solid team. And plus, they have MM who has experience playing in this stage as well. Federales, similar stage with West One Mamba before this, and there's also the top eliminator in the PMNC Philippines. I mean, these people, they do have that in them. And true enough, look at our MVP. It is Federales himself with the 4 eliminations.
That's right, and Federales really is the wonder kid that does it all. Though you see, like, the damage numbers isn't as high as you want it to be, but, you know, kill secure are even more crucial when you look into the matter of adding points into the league, and he is one of the most efficient players out there hailing from the Philippines.
Yeah, interesting enough is total damage is only 144, so it's a lot of ending, I must say, for him to
Third
secure
party.
those 4 eliminations. Yeah. But if we look at the overall stats right here, although it's a way bigger map as compared to Erangel, obviously, but the throwables used here in this round is only 240, not making the 300 mark. So that means a lot of teams here, they prefer to play mid to close quarters combat, straight on with weapons, rather than thinking about the utility.
Yeah, and I guess like so long as it works well for them, especially when we look into the total charts later on, I expect to see a lot of all these teams who walk away with some decent points, even if they were in the very early on. And I think like for one instance was Yangon Galacticos, right? They got about 5 eliminations to actually close this one off, and they had such a strong head start. And then eventually, you have 2 other teams that just wants to crash into the gates and just basically overwhelm them. And I think they defended well for one. The second time around, like, they were just feeling too overwhelmed by that.
Yep. So that is a wrap for round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the Filipinos looking real strong, not gonna lie. I mean, 3 out of 5 so far, looking good. And 1 more to go, who knows, right? But of course, before we truly wrap things up and go for a break, we gotta check out the scores as of now. So for this round, obviously it's Harame Bros, but on second place, another Filipino team, 2-1 for Akira with 14 points.
Yeah, as we move in to the third spot, we finally see Austria making their climb here with a total of 8 eliminations to be able to top that one off. But for the side of Myth Clan, I think like it definitely hasn't left them too much in the form of momentum, as they were also gunning in for the chicken dinner early on until they were pretty much cornered up. APG survived to tell the tale. This is their best performance so far, with 7 points added to the table on the top 5. Dread with 6, alongside with PBE. Of course, we got 5 pointers in for TTQ, YG, as well as AI. The rest got 2 points from TQ, FRL, as well as XQS. Meanwhile, got 7 MFG, as well as Flash Vision Esports. They got themselves clipped out a little early and not walk away with any points at all.
Yeah, and Myth Clan, who came off a chicken dinner before this round, ended this round with 7 points. Not too bad, I would say. Not too bad of a continuation. But the overall standings is where it all matters, right? So Genesis Esports still on top. Harame Bros, who got the chicken dinner, still behind Genesis Esports with 3 points. Playbook Esports are behind them by 7 points. Followed by TQ, 37, 2-1 for Akira, 36, Myth Clan, 30 points, Dread, 25 points, 21 points, STE 20 points, MFG with 19 points. Same goes for Young Galacticos and Enigma.
Yeah, to me, like, what's really impressive is Myth's performance. Like, if you look into the first pager there, it's majority of the teams that played 5 to 4 games. They are the only team with 3 games and they emerge at top 6. You give them another 2 rounds with these similar performances, they can be the title contender as well. So I think like Group A definitely has a leader on the block. So I would be concerned if I were to be in the competition with a team that performs like this with so little rounds. It's basically maximizing efficiency every step of the way.
Yep, so these teams still with a single digit. So one more round to go to at least lift up themselves to be in a double digit before the day ends, right? And speaking about the day ends, well, the last game of the day is going to be played again inside of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Teams have a good feel right now of how other teams will play inside Miramar. Things might change in the next round. We need to keep an eye on that, especially when GE comes back, looking at San Martin having another team there.
Yeah, and hopefully, you know, these adjustments will give them a little bit more of a room to breathe, or else, you know, it's just gonna be another field clash from the get-go. So I'm not complaining. I mean, for those players out there, I mean, it's just a little bit of a struggle, right? So all these small little nuances that they really have to work on needs to be adjusted on the fly sometimes as well. So expect the unexpected, as we will come back with our final map, as we will go on a short break. And I guess there's a few more things to say before we go. But is there?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's all about adaptability, right? So adapting is going to be the key. Whatever you see in this round might change in the next round. So teams to come in, they had the time, they will need to readapt as well. So it's all about, you know, just throwing the dice sometimes and seeing what happens here. But ladies and gentlemen, see you guys after this break for the final round.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
It's the first day of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia, and we're about to go into the final game of day one, hitting into Miramar. It's Contra as well as Sir Cloud here, bringing you all the stories that happens inside of the battlegrounds. And wow, we've got a lot of amazing teams this season, and definitely everybody is up to lift the very first lift the first trophy of PMCL if they could. But it all begins here today, and now down to the final round of Miramar. It's anybody's game, but of course we'll have to see which team will prevail.
Well, there are like 4, 5, 6 people in the team, so if they want to lift up the throne itself, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
By all means, I'm sure they do have the manpower to do that. But you know what? So for Harame Bros, they just came off a chicken dinner. But despite them coming off that chicken dinner from the Miramar match, they're still not able to overtake Genesis Esports yet. So we'll be looking for. So the next round, Genesis Esports will be playing. They'll be looking at the scores and telling themselves that, hey, you know what? We want to retain that #1 spot.
And now with the presence of a different set of group, this will definitely have a very different form of dynamics once again, especially now with Enigma as well as GE back on the block to offer a little bit more of that feistiness onto the table, alongside with STE that has had a stellar start today. I think Strangers Esports definitely making quite a debut for day one, as of course we do have Harame Bro taking a break from this set of the series. Wait, sorry, Harame Bro is still here. So this is definitely going to be exciting.
Yeah, so fun fact, since we're having A, B, D, and E after this, so every group in this matchup, right, has at least one chicken dinner winner. So Group
Wow.
A is Myth Clan, Group B is Playbook Esports, Group D is Genesis, and Group E, you've got, let's see here, 214 Akira and Harame Pro. So this is the group of champions, basically, all in the final map.
Wow, I'm glad that you actually keep track on this, because like this basically will tell you that this is basically the biggest stack of the group so far that we have for the entirety of the run. Now that we've already tabulated some data, and I guess like we might actually see another double winner coming in from the same group, or maybe even a triple, because you did mention that there was a group with 2 winners as well. So of course, before we get into the game, this is definitely your chance to buddy up for battle with Line Friends, as we've got this new promo happening in the game.
Yes, so you guys can unlock special line friends by joining our one and only charming buddy, Sally. Yeah, in case you guys follow the lore of Line, right? So Sally is part of it. All right. So this promo is available up until March the 3rd. So that's about 5 more days away, and that will change to something else. So you don't want to miss out on that. But what's going to be here for a little bit more longer, up until the 21st of March, is the Serpent Gleam. Man, that's a tongue twister. That Serpent Gleam set available now.
Yeah, Serpent Gleam, like I guess like serpent and then like gleam. Yeah, a very creative way to actually put 2 names together. Well, of course, I was expecting to see a little bit of snakes, but maybe it's hiding inside of that pot. And just look at the details of this skin on the weapon, as you got a little bit more of that floral porcelain touch on it. It's definitely something classy that you want to add to your collection.
Yes, because this looks different from the other 2 that we have promoted today. I mean, it looks all purplish, and it's related to the AWM as well. So it's something you want to add to your collection, especially if you're an AWM user. Again, same with the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor set. The first draw only costs you 10 UC, and it is up until 21st of March. So time may run out. It feels like, there's still 3 more weeks to go, but time flies, and sometimes you forget and you miss out on the promo. So don't miss out on the promo. 10 UC, you know where to spend it.
Yeah, easily on that Serpent Gleam set, or you can even go for the new CNY set as well. But now going back into the business of PUBG Mobile Esports here in the PMCL, I think like on the whole table itself, with all the teams really going so neck and neck with each other, this is definitely that chance for them to basically break somebody's streak and just basically extend that Formula lead. Now that GE is going to be back in action, they're hoping to really create that gap once more.
Yes, they don't want to let go of their number 1 spot for sure. So yeah, they're looking. I'm sure they looked at the scores and they're telling to themselves that, hey, you know what? You got close because we ain't playing. So now we're playing. Let's see what's gonna happen. What I'll be looking forward to see as well is that GE, as far as I know, they normally drop inside of St. Martin, and there was an occupant in St. Martin for the previous round. So let's see if anyone dares to challenge GE inside of St. Martin after this, if they choose to drop there, that is.
Yeah, that definitely will be a very interesting situation to actually kick off our run. Early on, we see a little bit of challenge into areas like Monte Nivo, as well as areas like Minas Generalis to kick off the battles. So now we might even see those battles happening on the other side of the cities at the same time. So that was a little bit more of a central area finish. I want to see if we're going to get a different scenario heading into the final battle of the night.
Yep, the final battle of the night is definitely going to be exciting here, because this is like the group of champions, right? The group that has chicken dinner winners throughout the night. And this arguably, based on that stat, is going to be the most stacked group of them all. Going to be exciting to see what's going to happen. Expect some early fights, since this is, of course, the first mix of this group. So when teams start to try to adapt to situations, change their drop spots, they might clash in with other teams. Just like how we saw earlier on. We got a couple of early clashes, and we got an early elimination for one of the teams We might see that again after this. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because we're going to head on to the final match of the day that's going to happen inside of Miramar.
The groups of champions, like you said, Sir Cloud, and first, this is the best place for the champions to take on the harshest of battlegrounds, and it's only going to be a big winner to close off the first day of the night, and I'm hoping to see something spectacular out of our 16 squad that are on board. This flight path does allow a lot of space of drops where teams are spoiled for choice. Already seeing side of Fearless moving into the southern areas. Judging from this trajectory, it might just be Los Leones or extension towards Puerto Paraíso. Austria Esports tries to start things off a little bit slower, hitting into Ladriela as well as Monte Nivo, whereas our eyes are on San Martin, Picado, as well as Minas Gerais at the time being the center stage of, those intense battles. Even on those classic games, you'll always see multiple teams drop into that same area.
Yeah, Los Leones is big enough to house up to 3 teams, so not too surprising that we got 2 teams there. Circle-wise, it's going to be an okay circle, centered around Chumacera. Speaking of Chumacera, I believe there are at least 2 teams in Chumacera. See you soon, God7 in the same area. Austria, not too far away as well.
Yeah, and when we look into the furthest direction, Enigma as well as 214 Akira, they've got a lot of traveling distance to cover, so they will just basically hang back for a little bit and not participate in all these early trades, I do assume. But I wonder what happens inside of Chumacera, because whoever wins that battle, whether it's See You Soon or the other squad that will be God7, I do believe, if they do win it, then they can basically hang on tight to that city for a very, very long time.
Yeah, that city, or at least the high ground on the southern side of Chumacera, is pretty nice as well. Now, God7 taking the high ground, See You Soon taking the lower ground instead. But I wouldn't say that is a clear advantage for God7 with this elevation, because if you look at utility-wise, the high ground does not have as much utility as compared to the city or the lower ground. So that's quite the trade-off between the 2 areas.
Yeah, and also vehicle spawns are usually over on the bottom side as well. If they're lucky, they will be able to find a vehicle very early on. Meanwhile, See You Soon, they have already gotten one in order to take a higher vantage point to basically overlook the mountains. Lutev, he's just hoping that nobody's going to be inside the same warehouse, as they are just treading lightly at the moment. See You Soon having Boy Sean trying to actually find a pickoff, but it's going to be John that actually finds it right across. Such a sharp eye to look into the water treatment area.
Well, there you go. First blood given to See You Soon. Now with the man advantage, they might be interested to go up to the high ground because they have Boy Sean here as the vantage point guy to gather information. And they're pretty much sandwiching God7 if you kind of think about it with this current spread.
Yeah, and like you said, they are struggling to actually find any form of weaponry or even utilities, as their bags are close empty. Some not even coming in with bags. Now Pekiao now getting rushed upon by a sole unit of See You Soon. Grenades are already primed right in, and they're just gonna full send it with 3. Where is he gonna look? I mean, wherever he looks, he's just going to be taken out, and that opens up a little bit of space for Lulutev. Hoping to actually connect the shots there with the DPS already prepared in hand, but gets taken down. Amura! Swift and deadly. He's about to take 2 down, so they're basically giving him the room of respect. Oh, and that's 2. Can he actually remove them from play? Amura with a pure confidence.
Mura?
And he's just going to shred him apart with the Star L, but instead he falters.
But it's still not over yet. 1v1 now. 0 against KS. 0 with the last 7 rounds. 0 loses the fight. KS wins it. The Mura will be picked up. God 7 eventually wins the fight against See You Soon.
And that was a godly play from the god of death 7 themselves. What on earth did we just witness? He was basically cornered in that one room. He takes down 2, looking for his turret, lowers him low enough for his teammate to eventually finish his job, though it came down to the wire. It was a play like none other.
Man, that was breathtaking. My goodness. From getting the first blood to losing the entire fight with God 7, man, what a comeback, I must say.
Oh, one of the biggest plays that we've actually seen in the early games. 4 points awarded. It's like that. And we thought, hey, STEKE. I mean, well, that's a mouthful. See you soon, KE. See you soon, Tiger KE. Oh, yeah, let's go the full battle, right? They had Boyshan on top of the hill. What happened to that? Maybe if he stayed on top of the hill, would that be an advantage to them? I honestly do not know. I do not know at all.
Well, what I do know is that Shroud from Myth Clan been taken out. So that's not a good start here. Newbie knocked down as well by Nang X Austria Esports with the AUG. From this distance, he's out in the open right now. If they want to save him, they gotta take a big risk.
Asia. Now, wrapping things around. Not sure if there's much in the hands of Scotty. He's got a grenade, to say the least, alongside with UMP. Meanwhile, still a little distance to cross. He gets a glimpse, but that's all that he could basically manage, as none of the bullets actually do connect. Nang X from another angle. I mean, he will secure that fallen member of STE, but Scotty so ready for this, and he primed it perfectly in time to catch out Nang X just by the corner wall. Dropping another one, trying to secure Nang X, but it does also clip onto Skynin. Austria playing with fire with this push. They're full sending it, and look who's there. FV from the top corner hill. This is bound to be a three-way battle.
Wow, that's not a nade, that's a homing missile there. On the left side, Scotty and Cole finally want to get it. Scotty now reloading, should have enough time, gets another knockdown, one more to go, just behind the wall, comes down and spray. Scotty gets it. Now this compound is theirs.
My goodness. How many more of all these full-on clashes are we getting here in the early game? Scotty, he's just basically wiped out these 3 guys, and I'm just surprised that FV, they've been watching from the top end of the hill and not even stealing a point away. That is a perfect time for them to just hop on board and just try to pin them all completely top side of the hill. But they're still on the watch. I guess they're thinking, okay, do we push? Do we not push? FV, they just want to keep tabs on them, and that's fine.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna let it go for now because you have the high ground advantage, so you kind of don't want to let go of that. That's I guess that's the key point. And plus, the circle did move away, so you had to plan for getting into the circle rather than focusing onto that one single fight that might or might not be worth it. So that's why they're holding on for now. But Flash Vision, we can see their 2 of their members on a vehicle. But we're keeping an eye on to where will they go. They do have 1 player in the circle now. So that could be a marker that they might follow through.
Yeah, and I guess like it will take a while to be able to swiftly move onto the top end of the hill because we're looking at how many teams up there. We got Harami Bro, who is already in the scene, and a couple of others from Chumasera early on as well, right? So they will have to take their time or even find a bigger wraparound in order to find a little bit more of an opening space to play out stage 2. Yangon Galacticos. They started off with those 5 pointers by battling on 2 to 3 teams and then eventually fallen out without any form of ranking points. Probably have made certain adjustments into their approach and now spots 1 member of APG driving around Not sure if APG have seen some of these movements, but they definitely felt the sting of the bullets. His insight moves back to the safety of the claimed compound by his own team. So he know that that area is completely off limits.
Okay. APG so far okay for them. Don't think they'll need to make any big moves now. So they'll be fine. I guess this will be a wait to stage 3. Genesis Esports, welcome back to the game. They took a break earlier on. Also playing this fairly safely. I guess they had as close as possible to the center part of the circle. So they could hold on for a couple of stages.
Yeah, and that will remain to be a safe spot for them to hold out for the time being while Master EG is usually going past. Not sure if you'll be able to blow it in one clip, but that will be Yangon Galacticos basically regrouping. Very, very tough picking coming in from a distance here for either side of the party. Whereas for the side of 214 Akira, they got pretty much a good grasp of land. Lufa Boy as well as the rest of Exquisite are looking to challenge them on the foot a little bit as they see some movements heading up the hill towards that direction. Doing decent damage, Lufa Boy, a renowned player, or should I say established player that has played internationally before and now joins in the PMCL. We see a lot of open areas of play nearer towards Los Leones. Very interesting enough. TTQ will have so much to play for this round. Meanwhile, the western end though is where all the battle is about to take place.
Yeah, we can see a lot of movement there from Kunokera onto the outside. Beautiful with Amura right now, knocked down immediately. The moment he showed himself to APG. Taking out Amura, Master Rix will secure that point. It's going to be the first point for them this round. But they're not out of it just yet because they are about 400 meters away from the circle. They need to move still.
Yeah, I thought that after they win that battle inside of Chimacera, they will be at least moving out and about, but Amura has not really left too far off from where he won the battle. And since that he's all alone, will be picked off just like that. 15 teams on board, as we have Loki now taking down MM. Playbook Esports now will be met by the likes of Fearless, having that high ground advantage for the time being, while we have Baby Harry's. Oh, that's very, I don't want to call it a Gen Z name or so, but yeah, almost mispronounced that. Anyways, the side of Fearless Esports on their debut so far doing very decently, as they're juggling with the pressure coming in from the side of Playbook Esports. PB notices that there's also movements from the back as well, coming in from FV, as Federalis picks one up.
Ooh, one boy, high ground now. Now it's his turn to have this advantage. Earlier was Renzer that kept them out. This time's their chance. They move over to Pyramid Bros. Federalis from afar. He spots out motion happening on the other side, but nothing much he can do about that. Oh, Harry knocking down one boy. My goodness, they managed to even up the odds.
Yeah, meanwhile, Coca-Cola did also run into another player out there in the field. Quick revives coming into the side of Momboy, but Ranzer, he's definitely putting in some pressure with the AUG in hand as well. All these small tiles making it so much harder for the save. He's really denying any chance coming in from the side of Michi. Hostile Esports yet again bowed out early.
Oh man, Renza is not done yet though. Renza looking for more. More boys back up, but Renza, the moment he tries to show himself to take that shot, it's being shot at. So now Renza retreats back because he knows the circle moved away. So he's joining back up with his teammates, back as a 4, so that they can back up each other in case anyone gets knocked down.
Yeah, they're just basically holding onto this area because that gate keeps the rest of PBE from getting inbound. But they have plenty of options. You could move further into the south side in order to get past all these danger. and PB will do just that, while still having two members to have a lookout, while they also do set up a flank. Interesting positioning coming in as FVE, they just come in swarming, and this looks pretty rough for the side of FRL, taking 2 fights at the go.
Oh, it's tough for Myth Clan as well. Eliminated without a single point this round. Let's put focus onto Flash Vision Esports. He runs with an 8, but he doesn't have a good angle. He doesn't have a good idea of where exactly his opponents are at. Now, I guess they're kind of confused of where do we look at? Where are they exactly? Because the wall is just blocking their sight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty awkward standstill where you just basically have to try to push right through, and they do find a member of Flash Vision as they push forward. Ranza does get to take down Shakir instantaneously. Ranza coming from the outskirts while Pozo just cuts across the corner. Will just flush out FV. They say, "Get out of my house. This is no place for you."
Yeah, there you go. Nice flush out there. Nicely done indeed. Flash Vision Esports, unfortunately, nothing in this round for them. The second team to go out empty-handed. And this is also a good position if you look at it, right? This compound, edge of the circle, they can actually gatekeep God7 from coming in.
Yeah, honestly, like, that was a 3 versus 4 fight, and advantage was actually on the side of FVE. They didn't really take that opportunity. Early on, there was another fight that did happen over onto the south side before all these clump happened back in stage 1. Didn't take the opportunity of that third party as well. Very unfortunate stuff that nothing really went right for the side of Flash Vision. But I would actually commend on how well Fearless actually defended that, because they were at a disadvantage, right? And still have 4 members strong, while they had 1 player to actually overlook the heals where the pressure was coming in from the side of PvE, and they will survive to tell the tale.
Oh, and speaking about pressure now, God7 is going to put pressure onto the compound just right in front of them. Let's see if they can get anything out of this. So time is on their side. We are talking about stage 4, and it's not the stage where you want to spend too much time on the outside of the circle. Making their move, they cannot go straight in because they know that if they go straight in, then the risk is that they might be shot at from behind.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a death wish. I mean, it's a 2 versus 4 scenario for these guys as well. Got 7 now being pinned in between, and will be picked up by Ranzer. Oh boy, Ranzer doing so much damage in this round already. And it's just stage 4. Cute Loki on the other side picks one off, getting a headshot towards Michi. Wonder what's really happening right there. And the circle just further strays away from where all these players are as it goes back into the central area where 412 Akira have got no challengers within their sight right now.
Oh, God7, look at it, couple right now, knockback out, tries to get away, sprayed down, eliminated, at number 11. But at least they take on 5 elimination points now and put focus on the Playbook Esports against APG.
APG just crashes right in. There is a lurker from the back as well that has infiltrated another building. Fights from all angles, and they basically want to flush Michi out of the building. And yes, they do. And then he just goes in to shoot them down. A jump shot connecting towards Kai. What did we just witness? I mean, Michi, he's got the control of the win. And now, Boy, the DBS gets one more back. It's helter-skelter right now, but it's Daryl that shuts Anchor PUBG Esports out.
Oh, but at what cost? 2 players from Playbook Esports out. Man, at least they still got the points. They need to hang on a little bit more before they start bringing in placement points. Playing by the edge of the circle, they might need to move further forward. But speaking about moving, who needs to move right now? It is at least 1 member from TTQ, but he has his teammates as the marker. He should be fine.
A-okay for now, as the dust has settled for a little bit more in terms of the battles that we had. Now, focus is on rotation for a majority of these teams to get into a safer place to be, because a lot of them are just hugging by the corners of the map. TTQ, so far, doing just fine, but you gotta do great, right? They're still sitting at 0 points at the moment. But I guess it's better than being taken out early. 2-1 for Akira, still within the circle. Not much movement required coming in from Enigma as well. So very respectable space from YG at the same time. It's just gonna have a little bit of a long range trade eventually, and that's kind of about it. Whereas all the drama and action was gonna be over on the Southern side instead. Nathan and the rest of XQS. So far, just having the good idea of how to approach this one, as they do spot out TTQ from quite a distance away. Not gonna get much out of it. Where after stage 5 is where teams will be forced to reveal their hands on what their next decisions are.
This time around, fourth row, he's alive longer than the previous round, so looking good so far, looking good. But a lot of these teams still have a full squad. Only Playbook Esports has 2 players, so that could change the course of this round for them, because they're going to play a little bit safer towards the end, unless they have a good clear advantage. But let's see if they'll get the advantage, because the next phase of circle is going to be real important. This is where we'll see a lot more fights happening. Circle time. 2-1-4, Akira still within it. Young Galacticos in the circle as well. The rest of them, let's go.
And Exquisite is about to actually challenge their state, just driving directly into the area of play. Maybe they won't be able to halt just by the corner in order to scout who's inside of the compounds. Instead, huge grenade now cooked out, thrown towards the side of Blanks. TTQ, they really want blood, and they can smell it from here. Liquid. Not the one from Indo once again. Edwards is going to be priming in a couple of all these grenades. Only one member inside. Oh my word, he just basically blasted Liquid.
Ooh.
So still going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And that's kind of about it. I mean, he's got no business doing there where the rest of his teammates are so far off.
Man, TTQ still so far so good for them. Exquisite, not making the big moves just yet, but they lost flanks in the process, unfortunately. No one's really following up. They don't have the man advantage. They don't have the advantage, a tactical advantage even. So they're going to play this a little bit more safely. Fourth row in the circle with an off angle. Still keeping eye on to TTQ. Let's see if they'll be able to punish them.
A lot of open grounds where they could basically go in for the sprays. Fourth row now lining it up, trying to look for that opportunity. Couple of shots now connecting. Not quite enough. Zuki is still hiding inside while they drive directly towards the arms of PBE that welcomes them. But Daryl now catching fire. I mean, they managed to pick up those points solidly, but it's just slowly getting stolen away by other squads.
Oh, Michi, my goodness. Position compromise. I'm sure they know where he is. It's just a matter of whether they'll be able to get to him or not. West from Genesis Esports, needed down by Young Galactico. Zuki making his way into the circle, but right in front of him, 2 teams await.
Zuki drives directly inbound, and he's just gonna basically wing it. He can't see anything at all, and to his own demise, to his own doing, a desperate attempt, but does not reward him with any form of points.
Well, that was kind of like a YOLO move there, but Roman Bros making their own YOLO as well. Federal is down to 30% of health. And now he got to win this fight together with his teammates. Kaler is going to come in. MM goes down. Range comes in from the other side. And Range, that is a road range move by him.
Wow, that was some really crazy moves coming in from Rage and the rest of Harame, bro. They say, like, bro, you guys want to do it? Yeah, let's do it, bro. And it's just basically full sends into the corners of the hill. Just like that, Harame, bro, finds themselves into the top 7 with 8 points. The highest so far. And this just goes to show that they really are the best team of the Philippines that have won the recent PMCL and will continue to be perhaps even the best in PMCL.
Yeah, 8 elimination points as of now. Let's see if they can wrap things up, because the challenge is going to be even bigger with Young Galacticos and Enigma still with full squad. Let's not forget about 2-1 for Akira. They are also with a full squad. They haven't had much action just because they got the circle, but now the circle moved away from them. It's time for them to get out of their comfort zone.
Definitely the case. GE only having Bernat Boy lurking around the corner, still struggling to actually get into the zone. Well, there's another infiltration into the compound. Akira now lobbing the grenade. Not in the right timing, unfortunately. We'll have it pretty much blow up in their face, but not enough to take them down. Rank it though. Let's see if he could basically get a little bit more against the rest of Exquisite. Just funnel into the compound, but right now, looking at the numbers game, I mean, as much as they are even out, they are treading with a lot of caution. Lufa Boy quickly jumps off into the protection of the smoke, trying to clear every nearby compound, not leaving anything to chances. Whereas Enigma having luck surviving, as well as trying to find a certain angle that they may be able to pick up against the rest of 2-1 for Akira. They already lobbed one grenade, and damage being done towards the side of Michi, as PBE is also struggling to get much going for them. Harame Bro eventually crashes out, securing themselves 7 eliminations in the process. Same goes to PBE. A lot of Filipino squads now taken off the list.
Yeah, you blink and you miss a moment, ladies and gentlemen. And now we're down to the top 4 teams. Exquisite, one of it. Lufa, the most experienced Filipino player that they have. Let's see if we can pull off something right now. So far in their team, they have 3 players. Blanks is the only one eliminated. Everyone else is still intact. And they are in an area where they really need to focus on the 2-1 for Akira. Red get knocked down. 2 more to go. H2R still active. Goes into the compound, trying to find his target, but knocked down immediately. And more of the comes in from the other side. Very, very low at this moment. Nathan will spray and pray to take him out.
Wow, what a risky attempt that was. And within that span of the fight, we now see Exquisite raking up the highest points possible in the top 4 with 7 eliminations in the bag. And still having 3 more members to work with. So this is entirely doable, especially with the stash of weaponry that they just acquired. But everybody is in close proximity that they're basically taking out this fight. It's YG versus Enigma at the moment.
Oh man, the only team that is fully outside of the circle right now is going to be Exquisite. They need to find a way to get in. They need to come down their comfort high ground. And right in front of them is going to be Enigma. But if Young Galacticos and Enigma can be distracted with each other, Exquisite, they could take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, they got the perfect bird's eye view as well. From this angle, they can basically spot everything. They saw C-Cloud, just hoping to just connect some of these shots. Whereas they are just so distracted as YG needs to take on the closest target, which is Enigma. Nathan now repositions. But getting down this hill is going to be a challenge where they're already being shot at. 1 member down. Speaking of which, Lufa trying to drink it all off. Trying to tangle in the middle of the field, but will eventually be clipped by the rest of Erangel Galacticos.
Jiggle, 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 and one more still like left. Jungle Galacticos tries to punish Enigma for showing themselves too much. Romeo Boy should be back up. Not going to be a problem. Nathan is still alive. Nathan puts pressure on the Jungle Galacticos on the other side, and now he's tasked to save his teammate.
And I think like he would consider just ditching him B because it doesn't look all too safe from this corner. Just waiting for him to just cut right through. I thought that it would basically give him a lift to bring him to somewhere safer, but nowhere is safe from here on. Just got to cut some of these losses. But Lufa Boy still alive. Is unsavable from this distance. Maybe he could basically do a little bit of work to scout out a little bit of intel, or just slowly bleed out from here on. Say Cloud advancing towards the rest of Enigma, spots out Cap Luck. And from here on, I think like Enigma might just be in a pickle here as YG is starting to close in.
Here we go, Enigma full squad against YG full squad, and 1 for the Exquisite. Let's see if Lufa can pull off a surprise between these 2 teams. DZ takes out Nathan, and that is it for Exquisite. That's going to be either one of these two purple teams to secure this final chicken dinner for today with 2 being now down on the team by Loki.
And here comes TZ coming over the push, and this will be it. And it will be YG that will secure the final chicken dinner to close off day 1 of the PMCL. Yangon Galacticos with Cute Loki, TZ, Seikao, and Romeo Boy.
Man, Yangon Galacticos with the chicken dinner. The team coming from Myanmar, representing that region. Great stuff there towards the end. Honestly, it could have gone either way, but there was some distraction from one side from Exquisite, so that kind of distracted Enigma quite a bit though. So Yangon Galacticos, they took advantage because of that distraction towards the end.
Yeah, and now with this chicken dinner, does it mean that they're pretty much even with the Filipinos in terms of WWCD? So we'll definitely have to see with how much points do they acquire by the end of this run, because Yangon Galacticos definitely had a little bit of a shakeup in these early games when they played out in Sanhok as well as Erangel, but they basically end the night really, really strong.
Yeah, well, to answer your question, nope, because the Filipinos got 3. 2 from Cambodia and 1
Cambodia.
Myanmar right now. So
Yeah.
they didn't, as a region, they didn't overtake the Filipinos as of today. By the way, Yangon Galacticos with 10 elimination points, not the highest that we've seen so far. For the record, the highest as of now with the chicken dinner is a 12 elimination still, held by Playbook Esports. So with the 10 that Yangon Galacticos got, it's going to be 20 points this round.
Yeah, we had so many of all these close quarter action as well as clutch plays, one after another, where a lot of all these close range battles really came down to split second decision making, and it has really worked out for teams like PBE. And when we hit into the late game, it gets drawn out a little bit more in terms of the spacing that they will have to play with, where you see a lot of all these clashes were basically them just approaching the enemies in order to get those points instead. And 214 Akira so far has been doing a phenomenal job hitting into the PMCL for day 1. As much as there wasn't all too much of a flurry of elimination points to be collected by the end of it all, I think like the top 4 definitely put on quite the showing. And Cute Loki is the match MVP with nearly 1,000 damage, but he only got 1 elimination. So a lot of things were stolen away from this gentleman.
1 elimination, but what put it on the charts here is because of his total damage, 988. Can you imagine how much work that Loki did just to get 1 elimination? Man, and he contributed a lot to the team, right? So maybe, well, I'm just putting it out there, right? Maybe he did a lot of damage for all the eliminations collected by his team, but yeah, someone else finishes it. Oh.
Yeah, it feels like those college assignments where you did all the work, but your teammate who presented just basically take all the credit from your lecturer. Yeah, that's how it feels like. But overall, in essence, Yangon Galacticos actually acquired 10 points nonetheless. And basically, they're all about teamwork in order to make all of these accolades possible, right? So if we add all these numbers all together, that's a whopping 2.6k that they've done throughout the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about teamwork at the end of the day. Right? You got some people who will do the damage, you got some people who finish. So at the end of the day, it's all about the points collected by that team. So that's going to be 10. Yep. And it's going to be 20 points in total. But looking over at the overall stats, I guess the one stat that stood out is the airdrop. No airdrops looted in this round at all.
Yeah, and there was basically, 2 airdrops somewhere near towards the end, which I can understand why none of the teams have been able to do so in order to get what's inside of the airdrop, because there's too much of an open space and it was a little bit too dangerous. But what's also interesting to me is that not all of the players were taken out within a fight. This time, about 5 players were taken off by the play zone instead.
And so there you go. 300 plus robots used. That was the expected number that I mentioned before. Inside of Miramar, you would expect around 300 plus. So, yep, you got that number up there. So, those were the stats. Now, when it comes to the overall points, this will be the next question mark, right? Did Harame Bro or any other team did enough to overtake Genesis Esports?
To that question, I believe they might just be able to do so because GE on this very final round, they didn't really get as many points as possible as compared to what Harame Bros did, which they basically went on to their usual playstyle, right? Take fights after fights after fights. And from that point onwards, I think like it was about 7 points of elimination for the side of Harame Bros, which might just be sufficient in order to overtake GE. That also depends whether or not did GE play slightly higher than them, then maybe they might get a little bit more from those elimination points. But here we go. Match standings for this match itself, it's the 20-pointer win for the side of Yangon Galacticos, followed by Exquisite now with their best performance for today, with a 12-pointer at second place. Meanwhile, followed by that, we have 10 points in for PB and Harame Bro, 9 for Enigma, and FRL with a total of 7. Whereas this time around, I think like there's a couple of teams that will get the shorter end of the stick with lower scores to be raked up. But GOT7 definitely impressed us alongside with 214A.
Yeah, followed by Genesis Esports, APG, STE, only 3 points. TTQ, Austria, as well as See You Soon, 1 point. Flash Future Esports, Myth Clan, no points in this round. So I guess looking at the number that GE has versus Harame Bros, I guess it's quite clear that Harame Bros would overtake them. But let's get a confirmation here, ladies and gentlemen, through the overall scores. This is where it matters. And yes, they are ahead by 4 points.
Yep, and it's a hard-earned effort from the side of Harame Bros because they basically pounce on every team that they set on. And that is the highest elimination that they've been able to achieve here in day one. GE is just a couple points short, but tomorrow we'll see where they continue to basically give chase. PBE coming on close as well on the top three with 51 points, followed by 2-1 for Akira, showing a little bit inconsistency, but they still managed to pull into the top 4. YG with that win puts them into the top 5, whereas TQ with 37. 30 coming in from the side of Myth Clan, which only played 4 games, and they are the only team with the 4 games to be on the first pager.
Yeah, I mean, 4 games. Yeah, you put it out right? You played 4 games, but still on first pager. That's a highlight there. That's a highlight there. Enigma just below them, and followed by Dread and XQS. And on page number 2, the other teams that only played 4 rounds, they are way behind. We're talking about FRL, GOT7, and Flash Vision Esports. And Flash Vision Esports right now, unfortunately, is the only team to still have a single digit. So hopefully they'll be able to climb out of this by tomorrow.
Yeah, and I guess like that's where they just really have to look back, right? Like, especially that final round in Miramar, a lot of opportunities just not really taken into advantage. So maybe you just need to have a little bit more of confidence in their play, and they should be good to go because it's still very early. Some of them may just need to adjust to the nerves as well as the pressure coming into the tournament. But from what I see from day one, we've got so many great highlights being created by all the teams on board, and I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, these groups that we have seen have gotten their own chicken dinner. There's only one group that has not got a chicken dinner just yet. That is going to be Group C. So hopefully we get to see some of that with Group C again tomorrow. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the same time, same channel, wherever you're watching this, on whichever social media platform. Don't forget to give a follow to the social media so you don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be all from us at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Contra. Again, same time, tomorrow, there'll be our date. See you guys.
Bye.